Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to many of us. It's my pleasure to welcome you all at the CXO Global Security Summits and Awards 2021. In line with the majority of the business across the world, we have high hopes with 2021 and expect the current year will be much predictable and productive than the previous year. In fact, the year 2020 was the year that everyone would like to forget. From the cybersecurity perspective, too, 2020 was buzzing for all the wrong reasons. While the world was focused on the health and the economic threats, cyber criminals were capitalizing on the crisis. Today's cyber criminals are often well funded with skills and tools to do everything from taking down the power grid to target the hospitals and financial institute with ransomware. The new breed of cyber attack can employ APT, which is Advanced Persistent Threats, and might include techniques such as remote control malware to disrupt the system. The consequences can range from enormous financial losses to severe reputation damage for the organization. This scenario has got further complex with the higher dependency on the cloud and distributed workspace. The increase in remote working calls for a greater focus on cybersecurity because of the greater exposure to cyber risk. This is apparent from a recent study which highlights that 47% of the individual falls for a phishing scam while working at home. In addition, as per Entity 2020 Intelligent Workplace report, 76.9% of the organization find it more difficult to spot IT security or business risk brought about by distributed working. Cyber attacks see the pandemic as an opportunity to step up their criminal activities by exploiting the vulnerability of the employees working from home and capitalizing on the capital strong interest in coronavirus related news. For instance, between February and May 2020, more than half a million of the people were affected by breach in which the personal data of video conferencing service users was stolen and sold on the dark web. Yet the most business still struggle in preparing themselves with cybersecurity response system. A recent IBM Paimon Institute study highlighted that 41% of the respondents from India review and their test, which is CSIRP, which is again cybersecurity incident response plan, is being done only once each year. This is an alarming fact, especially in the light of the current pandemic, since many organizations had an overnight shift to a hybrid working environment, leading to many unforeseen risks. Further, as per IBM 2020, the cost of the data breach report, Indian company witnessed an average of 140 million USD, which is the total cost of the breach in 2020. It's an increase of 9.4% from 2019. In contrast, companies with fully deployed security automations were able to detect and contain a breach 27% faster than those with none. This showcased the importance of technology preparedness. On the other hand, the ongoing impact of pandemic 19, which has disrupted the traditional business operation landscape, has forced the enterprise to adopt a proactive rather than a reactive approach to address the potential security threat. This is bolstered by the recent PwC study, which found that 55% of the executives are planning to ramp up their cybersecurity spend in 2021, despite of the majority of them, which is 64% expecting business revenue to decline. PwC found that the cybersecurity is more business critical than ever before. Almost 51% of the executives are adding full-time cybersecurity staff in 2021. The growing seriousness toward the cybersecurity is pushing the cyber security spending in India. According to a joint study conducted by PwC and the Data Security Council of India, which is DSIC, the cybersecurity market in India is set to grow from 1.97 billion USD in 2019 to 3.05 billion USD by 2022 at a compound annual growth of 15.6%. The growth rate is nearly 1.5 times the global rate of cybersecurity expenditure. As per the market experts, escalating threats making it clear that regardless of what you do, you cannot protect against everything. All the organization need to plan for a loud level of vulnerability based on their risk tolerance. Instead of solving a specific problem, enterprise must establish and build in resilience that allow them to adopt, evolve, and change their security posture. Indeed, few of the trends are helping organizations innovate and be prepared for all present and future uncertainties. Organizations are displaying reviewed vigor around combining identity, data, network, and device security into the common analysis platform to better deliver security content and build on organization zero trust journey. Companies are realizing that the silo security program are not delivering the right level of the risk review to them, and it is necessary to drive horizontal data analysis across all the security telemetry that is available for most critical resources in the organization, which is people, data, and infrastructure. Further, with the lack of skilled personnel being the major inhibitor to maximize the efficacy of security investment, we are seeing more organizations evaluating security as a service option. This empowers the organization to work with the security firm specializing in various security services. Security as a service can help with maintenance and operationalization of security controls, thereby driving security through the SLA driven program rather than a traditional path of consuming on-prem security solution. In addition, the company will need to evaluate their AI journey for security to ensure that it is moving from just a promise phase to the actual delivery of AI based security insights. While we have witnessed the use of AI and ML wherein the realm of security moving forward, organizations will embrace the power of machine learning to help them monitor their risk across all the security control. There are mountains of security telemetry data available with all IT landscapes, and all of these data is being analyzed and used for security monitoring and threat hunting. ML based tools could provide the necessary insight from each of these control, be it the security information and event management system, or the user behavior analytics systems, or the identity risk monitoring system, and more importantly, the data security system. Moreover, the organization have traditionally struggled to take quick and auditable action on security insight that are provided by various protection systems in the organization due to either lack of manpower or lack of processes. Like the application of automation in other field in security too, it frees the workforce to concentrate on more skill based tasks. As per research, Due to the sheer volume of the tasks associated with cybersecurity, IT team miss out 74% of the event alert that somehow blow out the proportion. With automation in place, such detection and lower level problem solutions can be taken care by the machines. In fact, the investment in orchestration and automation technology can help ensure that the detected incidences are addressed in a systematic and complained manner. With these security trends in mind, the CXO Global Security Summit is our endeavor to explore the future of risk management and actionable insight and best practice from the industry leaders, experts, and security and risk peers to enhance your data security and risk management strategy. The focus of this summit is centered around the strategic innovation in the war against cyber attacks, specifically addressing how cyber resilience will require an integrated approach across organizational function, along with addressing the role of public and private partnership in fostering cyber defense across sectors. I once again welcome you all to this knowledge summit filled with a power packed session, and I hope each one of you will find this session highly thought provoking. Thank you.
In the past, working from home meant leveraging a VPN solution to access corporate apps and data. This was great when apps were deployed in the data center and accessed through IT-managed laptops. However, today, that's simply not the case. Apps are in the cloud, users are connecting with unmanaged and personal devices, and threats are evolving. With more employees working remotely than ever, VPNs simply don't cut it. Let's look at the employee experience with a VPN compared to a solution designed for the future of work, Citrix Workspace. Your user wants access to their corporate email. With the traditional VPN, they open a plugin, log in, and launch the app. As they're writing their email, they need to reference other apps. They must log in to each one separately. And by the way, for web applications hosted in public clouds, traffic is backhauled to the data center, meaning performance suffers. And they're connecting directly to the corporate network. All it takes is one compromised device to bring down the entire thing. With Citrix Workspace, all these challenges go away. Users get contextual and secure access to all their applications from one unified portal. They simply launch Workspace, log in once, and click the apps they need, without ever connecting to the network itself. Citrix Workspace goes beyond single sign-on, protecting your data with controls like display watermarks and disabling clipboard access. This approach allows users to connect securely using their own personal devices, with anti-keylogging capabilities that keep your information safe from attackers. Meanwhile, only corporate data flows through Citrix Workspace, protecting the organization from any privacy concerns. Plus, you can access your cloud apps without backhauling data. This creates a better experience and stronger security. Citrix Workspace transforms the employee experience with better performance and high security to match the modern workplace. Drop the VPN and get a solution designed for the future of work. Learn more at citrix.com/workspace.
Greetings of the day to all the participants of this webinar, and thanks to CXOTV and Techplus Media for giving me this honor. I've been asked to speak on the government initiatives on cybersecurity, especially the theme that you have set as to how cyber resilience will require an integrated approach across organizational functions, along with public-private partnership across the sectors. Now, this last part is very important. And when I was reading it, I was reminded of, one of these companies that came to me recently, and they were part of the critical infrastructure of the nation. And they said that, sir, as a private sector, are we expected to organize our cyber security to cater for attacks against state-backed actors, which come as a very large-scale attacks of, advanced persistent threats, etc. But the point is that today the critical information infrastructure is shared with both the public and the private. And you can take anything, for example, these days water is also critical with what has happened recently in Florida and Israel, etc. Power has always been critical and shared between public and private, and so have many other things, including telecom, which is not only critical, it is a super critical sector. So this is a very interesting aspect that has now emerged, that the private sector has to feel equally responsible, and as a nation state, now the nation state is also to shelter this power sector in case of cyber attacks, and we have the processes in place. So with that background, let me first talk of the initiatives that have been taken by the government of India. You heard the Prime Minister on 15th of August last year from the ramparts of the Red Fort, and probably for the first time in the history of our independent nation, he highlighted the importance of cyber security and its impact on national economy and society, etc. So a number of initiatives have been taken. Actually, if I start from, let's start from a period of 2013, when our policy was issued, the National Cyber Security Policy. At that point of time, there was only one organization called CERT-IN, the Computer Emergency Response Team, at a national level, which was looking at incident response and advisories, etc. Fast forward to today, you find that firstly, my office has come up, the National Cyber Security Coordinator's Office, which is part of the National Security Council Secretariat. Then we have the NCCC, the National Cyber Coordination Center, which is an organization which does the threat prediction based on what it is seeing over various points that it is observing. Then for the critical information infrastructure, we have NCIIP-C, or the National Critical Information Infrastructure Protection Center, under the NTRO, which is handling the CII part. And then we have something in the MHA, which is again a very important aspect, which is handling cybercrime. That is called the I4C, the Indian Cybercrime Coordination Center. And recently, in the last year and a half, let me tell you, the way the I4C and the Ministry of Home Affairs and the aspects of cybercrime, the importance they have been given, and the manner in which they have created those 7 verticals of theirs, including the threat analytics unit and the digital forensics division, etc. A lot of work has gone on that part also. So there is incident response, there is cybercrime, there is CII, there is cyber diplomacy wing, which is opened in the Ministry of External Affairs. Then the states have now, a large number of states have opened their security operations centers, because the states also have their state-wide area networks and the state data centers, as well as some other elements. So the SOCs and the CSIRTs, when I say CSIRTs, I'm talking of CSIRTS, the cyber security and incident response teams, which are there at both the state level, as also the sectoral SOCs and the CSIRTs have also been created. So this entire ecosystem has come up in the last few years, and as far as the cyber system in the nation is concerned, it is well protected. We have our processes in place. In addition, a large number of you can say cybersecurity R&D projects are being taken up both at the national level as well as at the academia level, and it is being handled by the Ministry of Electronics and IT, by my ministry, by the Defense Research and Development Organization. A lot of work is being done on the cybersecurity education. There's a program called ISA program, ISEA, the Information Security Education and Awareness Program, that is handled by the MIT and is being implemented by CDAC Hyderabad. So if you see both at the sectoral level and sectoral, I will especially point out the finance sector, because that is a very critical sector. A lot of work has gone into that, as well as the other sectors, including power, etc. So sectoral SOCs, state SOCs, the national level, large number of institutions have come up as far as the government action for the cybersecurity is concerned. Now, having said that, let me highlight, let's say, two major aspects I will highlight. First is a very recent initiative which the government has taken in issuing out the National Security Directive on the telecom sector. Now, why is this important is because telecom is not only a critical sector, it is a supercritical sector because it underpins a number of other sectors, strategic sectors included. It forms the basis for the information being exchanged in the other sectors. So the way we look at the telecom sector has to be in a different manner as against the other sectors. So the government is seized of the problem. They are also seized of the reports we are getting from all around the world about the malware being found, about attacks being traced back, about the networks that are being examined very closely from the point of view of trusted products. And we are also seeing what is happening in other countries. We are seeing the USA, which is now focusing on what is called as the Clean Network and the Clean Path initiative. We are also seeing what is being discussed in EU as part of the Prague proposals. And we are seeing what is happening in other countries like Australia, France, Singapore, Japan, etc. So considering all this, the government has very recently, in fact, the directive was issued in December. And if I'm not wrong, on 10th of March, very recently, the license conditions have been amended for the telecom license providers, in which the aspect of trusted products has been added, that after 15th of June, any product that is to be added in the telecom network will have to be a trusted product. Now, what is a trusted product, what is trusted source, etc., is a separate matter that is still under discussion. But by the time 15 June comes, the processes will be in place. So that is one major initiative which has been taken by the government, because in all the other countries, they had come out with what is called as a negative list. They had actually named the companies, that these companies are banned, they are in the entities list, or they can't do business. So we don't work like that. We say that, okay, you are welcome as long as you fulfill certain conditions of trust, which is not against our national security. So this is what is called as a positive list that we are following. So this is one of the major initiatives of the government. And the second recent major initiative, which is still work in progress, is called the National Cybersecurity Strategy of 2021. Now, this I have been speaking almost for the last year on this at various forums, that this strategy has come about after a task force made its report, an interministerial task force, and then we have taken it up as part of a cabinet note, and it is with the cabinet being processed for approval. So this is the strategy that is going to lay down the foundation for cybersecurity at the national level for the next 5 years. And it covers all aspects that you can think of. It propagates a whole of nation approach. It understands that cybersecurity is a critical sector. We follow what is called as a CBDR, a common but differentiated responsibility approach. We are saying that data is a national resource, and how to build indigenous capabilities as far as the cybersecurity products are concerned. The vision of this strategy was frozen some months back, and I have put it out in the public domain also, and I can repeat it, that the vision is to ensure a safe, secure, trusted, resilient, and vibrant cyberspace for India's prosperity. So each of these words has a meaning as far as the strategy is concerned. We have the 3 pillars in the strategy, and based on that, a number of deliverables have been included. So as I said, we are addressing issues related to the assured defense posture, what should be the legislative framework, how do we tackle this aspect of cyber skilling and cyber education, how to handle the threat intel, which is a very important part as to from what are the sources, from where it comes and how does it get distributed at a national level and state level. Then how to handle cybercrime. Cyber audit is a very important aspect because there are certain actions that take place before an event, certain actions take place during the event, and certain actions take place after the event. And when I say event, means it is a cyber incident. So if it's an attack or some infection has taken place which is being reported. So basically, before an event is the education and awareness part, and the training part, and the cyber hygiene part, and the audit part. So this is very important as to how do we prevent these cybercrime, etc., which, as you know, have grown tremendously, especially after the pandemic. Uh, that people have been working from home, and number of financial transactions have increased, etc. So a number of actions take place before the incident, during the incident, how to tackle it, how to handle the digital forensics part, how to do the remediation, what is sequestering, etc. And then post-incident, how the analysis or the subsequent action has to take place. So research and development I mentioned is important. Cryptology is an aspect that is also important. Uh, Clear deliverables, responsibilities, and funding. These were some of the issues that were not there in the previous policy. But when we saw all the other strategies of countries that have a good record of cybersecurity, we found that these were included. So we made an attempt to include the deliverables and the funding also in the strategy. So this is as far as the national cybersecurity strategy is concerned. It is basically giving the guiding principles. The existing policy is the 2013 policy. It is an excellent policy. It is still in vogue. And it is just that over the past 7-8 years, the threat surface has changed, the attack vectors have changed, how to handle ransomware, cryptocurrency, all that. There was no mention in the previous because it was not there at all. And the environment has changed, which I mentioned earlier, as to how many new structures have come up. So since our working environment has changed, since the threat surface has changed and the technologies have changed, we felt that it was time to come out with a new strategy for the next 5 years, especially in view of the fact that as a nation, we are implementing the Digital India campaign, by which in the next 5 years, we want to achieve $1 trillion of US dollars of digital economy. So to support this part, it is very important that cybersecurity goes side by side. Otherwise, with smart cities coming in, etc., unless we talk of security by design, it could all backfire and the losses may continue. And in any case, the pandemic has forced us to have a lot of economic headwinds. So we have to now work towards bringing our economy back. So in this process, we should not be held back by cybercrime and losses due to cybercrime. So this is why the strategy at this point of time is very important. So let me just do a quick recap. That what I have told you is that the government has come out with two major initiatives. One, of course, is the National Security Directive on the telecom sector, and the second is this new strategy, which we are awaiting the approval. And in addition, a large number of institutions have been created, both at the national level, at the sectoral level, and at the state level, to assist in ensuring that we have a well synergized ecosystem to fight cybercrime and to ensure that we have a cyberspace that is safe and secure for individuals, government, and business. So on that note, let me come back to this CXO Global Security Summit of 2021. I wish the event all success, and I'm sure there are a galaxy of speakers are there to discuss various issues with you. And I thank CXOTV and Techplus Media once again for giving me this honor. Thank you. Jai Hind.
Thank you for inviting me to speak at the CXO Global Security Summit 2021. It is an absolute honor and a privilege for me to be here with all of you guys today. So my name's Chris Connell, and I am the Managing Director for Asia Pacific in Kaspersky. Today, I'm here to talk about building cyber immunity with the right prediction and intelligence capabilities. But what is cyber immunity? To fight any biological virus, building immunity within a person is an effective way for preventing one from being infected. This holds the same for cyber virus. We must look into a future where we can build cyber immunity for our technological infrastructure in building a safer world. Before we begin, I would like to take you back when Kaspersky first started in the year 1994, which seems so many, many years ago now. And at that point, there was only one new virus every hour, every 60 minutes. However, during the last 27 years, the number and complexity of malware incidents has increased exponentially. In 2016, it was one new virus every minute. In 2011, so 10 years ago, one new virus every second. And today, we are looking at 342,000 new unique malware samples daily. That's almost 4 samples every second. Why are these samples increasing so significantly, we ask ourselves? Well, this obviously has a strong correlation to the number of devices that we are connecting to the internet on a daily basis. And this number will only increase throughout the years. If you look back again into, let's say 1994 again, where we only had one virus per day, it was a time when computers were the only devices connected to the internet. And we all remember them, big PCs, bulky, and getting on the internet was more of a hindrance than it is today. I know myself that was an issue. However, today we are looking at approximately 50 billion connected devices to the internet and the cloud, where these devices consist of smartphones, CCTV cameras, servers, data centers, gaming devices, watches, critical infrastructures, which included things like trains and buses and cars and so on too, lamps, and my favorite, which is the one that really surprised me many, many years ago, is coffee machines. And there's many, many, many more, because all of these devices are now connected to the new smart and digital world that we find ourselves in. These connected devices are continuously communicating, sending, receiving, and collecting data as they are connected, right? Which is obviously how systems work today. And this definitely is an enormous development of technology over the years and the years to come. The world had 7.6 billion people. 50 billion connected devices would bring us to about an average of 6 devices per person. And when I think about myself here again, I have a laptop, I have a tablet, I have 2 phones, my children have gaming machines, we have a PC at home. So 6 is probably quite an average, really. There's a lot of people out there that will have a lot more devices than 6. So what does that mean, and how would the future look like? Well, the number of devices would definitely increase over the years, and I'm sure we can all agree on that. Several companies have already predicted that approximately 75 billion devices will be connected to the internet by the year 2025. And that's only 4 years away, right? And perhaps we may even be looking into futuristic Internet of Things devices, such as suits, or devices that would be able to provide us with accurate data of our health information at our fingertips, or even maybe on an app. And now with situations such as the pandemic that we find ourselves in and the future, health technologies are also being pushed into rapid evolution to meet the demands of the public. As for me, I'm optimistic. Maybe we'll also have flying cars in the near future, but who knows? As an example, smart flying taxis are actually being developed in China, Japan, and Germany at the moment. And it's only a matter of time where this becomes a new reality. These cars, taxis, would need GPS information, decisions for the pathways of the cars in order to prevent accidents, payment information, and many more will be data that will be processed through the cloud. Most importantly, all of these devices will be connected, and there will be a massive, massive flow of data through the internet compared to what we currently have today. All of these massive data will be driven through the cloud and to these devices, of course. Not only that, we also have 5G coming our way, where we are able to upload and download massive amounts of data within seconds. And even more so in the world that we now find ourselves living in today, and like I keep saying, in the future. A lot more people are now working from home. A lot more people are going online, either from a work perspective or from a personal perspective. And this is only going to cause more and more data going through the cloud. And this data, however, must be protected, or this data will be exploited by cyber criminals. As the amount of transmitted data will only grow, as we've already said, it is even more crucial for us to protect this data and have an holistic approach towards cybersecurity. Many companies, however, are still using the traditional approach towards cybersecurity, where they invest a lot only in the reactive mode, mostly to protect and detect specific malware or possibly to counter an existing condition. Nonetheless, the way that it should be, such as many financial institutions are doing now, which is investing heavily into prediction capabilities. The trend of investing into prediction capabilities are already in an upward state, which is good. And it's good to see that the technology is now matured enough to provide the right intelligence. The quality of prediction capabilities that are currently available now are very sophisticated and accurate, which would help many of these companies make better decisions on how to protect their infrastructure better. Hence, it is important nowadays for companies to be ahead of the curve and to make the right investment into high quality predictive capabilities, such as threat intelligence. If you look into this Gartner Adaptive Security Framework on the slide that's in front of you guys right now, as I have mentioned before, a company should start by having the right prediction capabilities. Based on these high quality prediction capabilities, a company will then be able to make the right decision to prevent attacks, how to detect and how to respond to these sophisticated threats, such as advanced persistent threats, or APTs, as some of us call them, and many, many more. The framework is based on a cycle of activities and divided into 4 key areas: predict, prevent, detect, and respond. Essentially, it assumes intrusion, detection, and prevention systems should function cohesively with threat analytics. Ideally, this strategy helps to create a cybersecurity system that continuously adapts and responds to the emerging challenges of the digital world we find ourselves in today and in the future. On top of that, going back to the topic of cyber immunity, operating systems today are very traditional, allowing application access to the OS level to interact and communicate with one another. Looking into the future, we at Kaspersky believe that this may not be that efficient anymore. And if we are talking about building an immunity for an operating system or a secure operating system, it is crucial to have a security layer between the operating system and the other applications, like it shows on the slide. This will prevent unwanted access into the operating system, where a massive amount of damage to the system can obviously be done. The security approach at the heart enables the creation of IT systems that can perform their functions in an aggressive environment without traditional applied security features. The system is also based on a microkernel infrastructure that ensures the system's reliability and transparency. Most important, it allows a flexible configuration of security policies and uncompromising control over inter-process communications. We believe that this should be the future of OS, where security by design can be in place, right? Embedded into connected devices. And we've all seen how many connected devices there will be in the future. So in conclusion, what have we learned today? Well, the world will be more connected in the future, and we must start thinking about future-proofing it. Secondly, it is important for us to stay ahead of the curve by investing in the right prediction capabilities. Let's make sure that we know what's coming down the line and we're not just reacting when the problem actually has arisen. That then becomes super costly. And lastly, cyber immunity is the future, where we can start looking into secure operating systems by design. So on that note, that's the end of my presentation. And I really hope that you've managed to take some information from that, so it's going to be a benefit to you and your organizations. So without further ado, I'd like to thank you once again for hosting me today. It's been a privilege to speak to every single one of you, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much for joining me. Truly appreciate all these CXOs who are sitting and watching this video. It's a phenomenal experience what we have gone through last financial year. Everyone, when the last financial year was just about to end, at least for companies like us, where the financial year ends on March, the lockdown started. And all of us absolutely were in the dark as to how, the next financial year, which was 1st of April, how are we going to, face that, and how exactly what is supposed to be happening, what is in it for us, moving forward. People were absolutely, there was a pitch dark. And when I look at CXOs, I think they were doing phenomenal amount of work to get the business continuity. And because of you people, I want to, thankful to all of you who have actually made our work, our business, and and actually give us the ways and means to survive. Truly thankful to all of you. Really appreciate all your efforts, what you people are doing, and you're doing a great job. So thank you very much for listening to me today. I'm going to talk about my theme is cybersecurity evolved. And gentlemen, I think each one of us, and 160 years back, when Darwin, spoke about that survival of the fittest, I think that theory is still very relevant. Whether you talk about human species, which which gone extinct, and and who survived, even if you talk about a lot of companies also, Xerox or Kodak or so many companies who again are no more relevant, but there are new companies who have come in and have made a phenomenal amount of presence. So evolution is the name of the game. And when you look at the cyber crimes, day by day they are increasing. How do you actually protect your environment, your entire infrastructure, your entire ecosystem? So I'm going to develop on a bit of subject on this, a bit of it on this subject, like when we talk about what is the threat landscape and how it is increasing. So I'm Sunil Sharma, as managing director from sales for India and SAC business for Sophos. I truly appreciate your presence, and let me start my presentation. So just to give you an idea in the threat landscape, I'm sure all of you are aware that we have 400,000 new malware per day. Can you imagine? This is all being researched by our Sophos labs, and out of that, 75% are just unique malware. Such such empty numbers of malwares and unique malwares. This is like crazy stuff which is happening, and cyber criminals are working on this. And if you look at the overall threat landscape, although ransomware looks to be 23%, but 51% of the organizations were hit by ransomware, and out of that 73% of their attack were successful. It's a huge data which is pointing it out, a big amount of volume and number of organizations which got hit, and what we need to deploy in our environment to keep our environment safe from such kind of attacks. You look at, one was ransomware attacks or phishing attacks, but at the same time, the vulnerabilities have left the scope open for these cyber criminals to attack our environment, and those vulnerabilities have been increasing year on year. In 2020, it went up to the level of 17,800, which is a huge number, the number of vulnerabilities. And this source I'm talking about from NSIT, government national vulnerability database. So this is a perfect source which is talking about so many vulnerabilities which do exist in our system. So what exactly, you have so many vulnerabilities, at the same time you have problem of cyber crime is increasing by virtue of the ransomware attacks and by virtue of other attacks, and you have so many new malwares. The fundamental thing is that in spite of after the attack has happened, you need at least 13 hours every time. This is again one of the research which was done, and we found that this is minimum 13 hours. I have seen 26 hours, 30 hours, people taking time to understand and discover the threat, where it has happened, how it has happened, why it has happened, how many machines it got spread. That is huge. And if you look at the number of organizations which got hit, was 68% by cyber attack, and each one of them have gone through this process. It is really worrisome for not only for me but the entire community, us vendors and you as CXOs, as to how do we resolve this. How the hell I can have a coffee time or a break time or my sleeping time just as normal the way I used to be earlier. So there is another thing which I also want to talk about, that a lot of people, when they looked at the new kind of malwares coming in, the new variants coming in, they thought it is the right time not only just to go for anti-ransomware solutions, but along with anti-ransomware solutions, we also need to add EDR as part of our deployment. Very good step which a lot of CXOs like you have taken, and people who are in the midst of taking this decision. But the fundamental point is when the EDR is being deployed, there are reports, there are so many logs which are getting generated. There is someone who needs to have, one is the skill set in terms of reading all that and taking and prioritizing and taking an action plan based on that. But how many organizations today have such a big kind of cluster of information to be read by the gentleman or a battalion of team which is available? I i think that's a big challenge for all the organization, and experienced sales information is not being available. I just want to give you a very simple example which I always talk about, that why you as an organization need to look at the layered security kind of approach. So my idea is that we I'm trying to showcase as to why layered security. So look at firewall. I'm sure each one of you will agree with me that even Google tells us that 80% of the data which is coming in is encrypted data, which is HTTPS. Okay. Now, if that is a encrypted data, then you need to have a firewall or a next generation firewall which can actually get you a visibility into that encrypted data. At the same time, you also need to have someone who is giving you a guidance, or in the cloud, the latest kind of ransomwares and their variants and their signatures, and that should be part of that next generation firewall. At the same time, the next generation firewall should be able to give you a application acceleration. So those are, let's assume that it's a firewall, it's a guard, one guard standing on, let's say, bank. Everyone, all of you are a bank. Why? Because you are a bank for data, precious data of your organization. Now, let us look at another guard which is on the endpoint side, and this guard has the capability not only just to understand the known threats, which is again based on signatures, but with the help of deep learning or artificial intelligence able to find out which are unknown executables, and then anti-ransomware technology, anti-exploit technology, all that technology with the endpoint. Okay, now the point is, when this becomes part of a bank, and if these two gentlemen do not have a walkie-talkie, so what is going to happen if they have a walkie-talkie and if they do not? You need to imagine both these situations. So look at the endpoint. On the endpoint, you have this antivirus, deep learning, exploit prevention, behavior monitoring, which I spoke about, the pre-execution and the post-execution. So these are some it's a actually a picture which is talking about as to how synchronized security is going to help. So for example, someone is a intruder, and out of this, now it's been identified that who is the intruder. If you have a walkie talkie to tell that, then then you are able to identify that who is the intruder and tell the gate that, boss, please quarantine or isolate this person or isolate that machine. And that's where the synchronized security you know uh, plays a vital role, which means that there is a threat intelligence sharing happening between the endpoint and at the network at the gateway level. So this is what is the layered security, which a lot of people are trying to buy or trying to get into it. And a lot of people are just talking about, no, I have this problem, so I will buy this solution from X vendor. This problem, I will buy Y. I'm not denying that that is also maybe a strategy of yours. But what is a better strategy in today's world is that one has to look at a layered security kind of approach and find out and identify by virtue of that who is the culprit amongst them. And apart from that, I think sometimes when I look at, all of you people are busy in doing your business, and your business groups are absolutely phenomenally doing pretty well, but no one has the time to see that there is a battalion, there is a somebody who is equipped with the all kind of tools, like someone is already equipped with a machine gun who can give you a solution. So I think that is what I would want you to look at, probably not just to go to the some kind of SOC or something. I have given you a picture of Sophos solutions. Just this is just not from the perspective that I'm here to sell, but I'm trying to tell you that on the next gen solution, you always need to have endpoint, which is anti-ransomware technology, and EDR along with it. But at the same time, you need to have a next generation firewall. Could be any brand, but on top of it, you need to have the third thing which I was trying to highlight was that when you are looking at buying EDR, if you have battalion of force to look and dwell into that subject, then you are okay and good to go. But if you don't, if you are 2 3 4 people kind of a team, then you must look at managed threat response, because that's the team which is a threat hunting team, and that skill set is not even available with the lot of SOC centers. So that is where companies like Sophos come into the picture, who offer you such kind of service, which is 24/7 monitoring your network and you having a sound sleep. At the same time, since you people have shifted a lot of your infra on the cloud, whether it is private cloud or a public cloud, I probably believe that you also need to understand whether people are working in sync. Like I have seen DevOps, working on their own, and cybersecurity, the CISO is not even aware that what exactly this guy is doing, and changing some configuration because of that vulnerability getting existing. So you need to have those visibility and compliance and response kind of stuff, and cloud optics is one of the option. I'm sure a lot of other vendors do that. So, but this is what I was trying to say, that next generation solution is the answer. And third, last but not the least, is the cybersecurity awareness amongst your organization. People should know, keep educating them. Very, very important for you to do that. And you need to take the today's infra in your environment as an ecosystem. Now, that could be that you have a bit of it on premise, you have bit of it on cloud, you have bit of it people working on remote, which are like a branches for you. So you have to secure the entire ecosystem, not just one. So when you look at that, you have to secure the entire ecosystem. Who as vendors are able to provide cloud on security, cloud on premise, cloud on remote, and and with different kind of vendors on the clouds also, like Azure, Google, and AWS, all the three. So Sophos has that capability, and we are able to provide this kind of security at all the levels. So this is what primarily I thought of giving you that as to how today cyber crime has gone up, number one. Number two, what is that which we need to look at? A layered security approach, which is kind of sync security, which I spoke about, and at the same time, next generation kind of solution, which is kind of MTR, which is managed threat response. And at the same time, you need to look at the awareness program very, very effectively in your organization, so people should understand the difference, what kind of phishing emails have been coming in, and how they need to respond, and what they need not to respond. Very, very important. That's it from my side. Thank you very much, and have a phenomenal day ahead for you, and keep doing good. I think you people are just awesome. Thank you very much. Take care.
Hello, everyone, and I thank the Techplus Media to give us an opportunity to on the day two. Welcome to all the audience on day two. And we're going to kick off with a different approach to security, a platform-based approach to security. And that's something which I thought of sharing my perspective back to the audience. And if you really look at the security industry over a period of time, we've all been there for long, and we've seen the rise of firewalls, the rise of antivirus, the rise of APT solutions, and then came the big messiah of SIEM and integration. And then we kind of moved into how is the trust zones per se, whether it's models triggering around zero trust, whether it is going to be about specific frameworks on zero trust. But what we see is the industry is moving towards a time-based approach. And I thought it's important for us to develop some time around these approaches. While security industry is a lot more fragmented today, but what the customers today are worried about is three important parameters. And those three parameters are very time dependent. It is time to hack. And today, because of the geopolitical reasons and in terms of driving towards cybercrime as a service, we are seeing time to hack is reducing to few hours, or in sometimes in few minutes, depending upon the perimeter defenses what we actually have in the setup. And the other two parameters is time to detect and time to remediate. And time to detect is like, that a breach has actually happened, and that still is in few months. And of course, when you look at remediate to get back to the normalcy state, it's still in days and weeks. So we are moving towards a time-based approach. And I think it's so important for us to look at what is going to be lying ahead of us in a time-sensitive cybersecurity moving target. If you look at it, time to hack, which is the first parameter what we briefly touched upon, it is becoming a lot more now geopolitical in nature. And when we looked at some of the recent reports, and if you look at the recent UK's House of Commons committee, it clearly talks about a particular vendor to be sort of kept out from the 5G trials of that country, and very clearly talking about the ownership model, what's the kind of interlinks they have with the government, and what's the kind of funding, and how the relationship between an APT group and that particular company can be existed per se. So it's a lot more open. It's a lot more, I would say, interlinked with geopolitical nature. And we are also seeing the rise of Facebook and Twitter taking downs, political takedowns based on cybersecurity measures per se, right? And we also saw the rise of ransomware, and anywhere between 1 to 9% is the rise of ransomware rate. It's no more not this 40 bitcoins per se. And back in our home, what we are clearly seeing is APT groups targeting our defense and armed force, and executing a very targeted attack per se. So what we are seeing is time to hack is going to be completely external, and it is decreasing because of the geopolitical nature part of it. And when you look at the recent attacks, what we are seeing in the global arena, we clearly saw cybercrime into a mainstream. Cybercrime as a service, one of the popular groups, are Evil, who actually came in with $1 million worth of Bitcoin carrot for recruitment. And we saw some of the groups coming back, the Fin11 group actually coming back and then launching their attacks. And any presentation becomes incomplete without the SolarWinds hack. While there are geopolitical connections back to it, but it's also saw the rise of supply chain attacks. But if you really look at the COVID relation to it, there was a study done by in 5 universities, which came together in UK, and where they published a report about the COVID-19 measures or activities followed with cybercrime. So they went ahead and then established the relationship between COVID-19 initiatives and the cyber criminal campaigns per se, be it a phishing campaign, be it a public-private partnership announcement, or be it a health program announced by the government. Immediately it had a cybercrime incident which is following that particular activity per se. So it's very clear that time to hack is external. Nowadays it's state funded. Cybercrime as a service is a lot more popular and realistic now. And there is a strong correlation between the activities, what were really happening in the pandemic. So global scenario, awareness about it, but it's going to become completely external to you. The other part is back home, what is really actually happening in the Indian cyberspace. And what we did was collected data points across about 6 months and compared with 2019 and 2020. What is the difference what we saw? And this is publicly available data, where we looked at the high severity, medium severity, and try to correlate the events and as well as the vulnerabilities which got actually published per se. So there was a classical shift. We saw a huge amount of unauthorized network scanning and probing vulnerability, which was done by from an incident point of view. Compared to that, what we saw in 2020 was very different. What we saw the building blocks for hacking. And anti-phishing and domain protections as a countermeasure, we saw a rise. So while we all thought that email vector is kind of old, we got security layers implemented, but that still contributes close to about 80% of the attacks. And that's what we were able to decipher from the analysis. The other big thing, what we saw was identity theft. And an interesting part about identity theft is it's no more happening in your data centers, but it's actually happening in the cloud, whereby hackers go in and actually do something called cloud jacking, where they go in and then get your credentials from the cloud, use the credentials, come back into your data center, and start sort of doing the data exfiltration. So the need for stronger multi-factor authentication, passwordless, based on push technology, what customers are also sort of asking us. And we also saw geofencing of the users. Whenever a user actually comes in with your strong multi-factor authentication, there is also a location-specific details which was being collected. Not only the application details, but also the device details, the user details, and the application details are authenticated before getting into your actual corporate applications. So we saw identity theft as second biggest challenge. And third was there is a big race for people to migrate from on-premise to cloud, right? And it is just not galvanizing your workloads, but also knowing what your workloads are doing. So cloud visibility was an important visibility factor asked by the CISOs. Okay, we've all shifted lock and stock barrel to cloud, but what is happening onto my workloads? What are these mega flows doing? Are they normal? Are they abnormal behavior? And can I have the visibility and control what I used to have at my on-premise? Can I have that in my cloud workloads? So that was the third big ask from the CISOs. And the last piece, what we also saw was the race of endpoint between hackers and the vendors. If you really look at what it used to be your last line of defense, because the endpoint used to sit behind a well-layered security architecture, suddenly because of work from home became the first line of defense. And we have seen a number of instances where your RDP protocol vulnerabilities were exploited. And in fact, as high as about $22 per vulnerable RDP servers were actually auctioned back in the underground sites. So endpoint was a very, very imminent race, followed by a raise in security posture analysis, and more importantly, training employees during a remote workforce. This is what we've actually seen as the attack inferences in the Indian market. And when you look at it, we also did a benchmark survey report across about 13 countries and close to about 2,800 security IT decision makers. And the findings is something which we wanted to actually share it with the audience. And coming back to time to hack is actually sort of external, but time to detect is something which, as practitioners, isn't very much in our control. And the reason why time to detect is very, very important. And you've got to focus on reducing the attacker's dwell time, because it's going to minimize your lateral movement. It is going to minimize your attack impact, because the time the hacker is going to have from the point of entry to actually a point of doing the data exfiltration, that's where he does the reconnaissance stage. And that's where your focus needs to be there in terms of reducing the attacker's dwell time. In nutshell, you got to take a different approach. And what we see is more and more customers are adopting a platform-based approach, where a single platform cuts across, gaining visibility across network, endpoint, cloud, and application. And it has the ability for integration with third party, and also get the global threat intelligence feed back to your setup. What do you see as an indicator of compromise at your setup? Has somebody seen from a peer group industry? Can you learn from that? And that intelligence needs to kind of flow back into your setup, right? And of course, identity is so critical, and it has to be a passwordless, it has to be a push technology, and it has to give you a visibility across device, user, and application. And of course, people are not going to throw away their SIEM and SOAR capability. They're going to integrate and make sure that the platform integrates natively with their existing infrastructure. So integration is the need of the hour, whereby you get unified visibility, enable automation, and accelerate incident response. These are three takeaways which I wanted to sort of leave across back to the practitioners. And I hope I also want to give you some insights on during the pandemic what we heard from the practitioners. While heavy amount of work has been done on remote work from home, how do you secure all of it? But there are other 5 important pillars, including incident response, including SOC monitoring capabilities. How do you prepare your employees against social engineering attacks? How do you rekindle your MSLAs with your security vendors? How do you make sure during the pandemic you protect your information and privacy back to reporting back to your health organizations, which is mandatory per se? So I want to leave it across with a practitioner checklist across these 6 large areas. A lot of things have been spoken about the remote work from home, where people are building a zero trust framework, augmenting their EDR capability, auditing their orphan privileged account access, and looking at making sure that how do you look at chain freeze exception for critical patches per se, right? So a lot have been spoken about that, but there are other critical areas. How do you prepare from an incident response point of view during COVID? How do you make sure that your playbooks are relevant in a remote working from a home environment? How do you do the same set of cyber drills, what it used to be doing on-premise? How do you make sure that your cyber drill for DDoS still happens in a remote working environment? It's not just work from home securely, but because hackers are also doing the hack from home remotely per se. So incident response is a big focus area, and followed with SOC monitoring capabilities. How is your platform approach changing and looking at revalidating your security operations, right? And how do you look at your current and future virtual segmentation and endpoint hardening per se? And also look at privileged access user monitoring capability from a SOC, how well your critical infrastructure is being monitored from a SOC point of view. So what it used to be before from a SOC monitoring capability when before pre-pandemic, the rules have actually changed, and that's where the investments needs to be done. And training is a big investment. How do you prepare your, I would say, workforce for a remote data exfiltration? How do they need to do reporting those data exfiltration? How do you train your top executives on targeted phishing campaigns? And how do you tie them about with online remediation portal, right? So in a nutshell, it's not just working from home, but there are other security areas like incident response, SOC monitoring, training. These are some of the practitioner checklists, which I thought I'll leave it across back to you, all of you on day 2. Thank you.
Okay. Yes, please. Yes.
I have started the recording. You can.
Okay. Anyhow, you already started. All right. But that is where the companies are going towards, because they know that distributed environment will come. It has come, surprise everybody. And the company, those who had a fair amount of good, solid people, process, and technology in their security setup, they were able to navigate through this very quickly. Otherwise, the organization have struggled for some time, and then they started looking at what others are doing, and they did a bunch of things. So like, what are the 2 things I can just let you know.
They bounced back. Yeah, initially there was some struggle. Yes, agree. Yeah. So, Aman, what do you say about this globally distributed environment, remote working and all? Like Amrish said, it's not new, but I think now that it got accelerated and new devices, new technologies got added. Complexity has gone up.
True. Very much true. And Amrish has rightly said, like industry was not ready to handle this kind of a change, and it was all just pushed down, and everyone had to adopt. There was no option for anyone.
Now, the biggest challenge that came was like, while many of the IT companies, they were still adopted work from home kind of a model or remote workforce. They had the remote workforce. They had the technology and process in place. But when organizations which were not in favor of these kind of work modes, so when they had to adopt it, it all became a mess for them, especially because now the user, they were using their own devices. The organization was not ready to ship their assets, and when they were using their own assets, it was altogether unmanaged assets accessing their whole infrastructure. There was a big hygiene problem. No one was aware what sort of a antivirus they are running on it, whether it's updated or not, patch systems are patched or not, who they are accessing from their home network, they're accessing from public Wi-Fi's. So it was all basic hygiene and the access related issues that the organization had to deal with. Now they had to adopt, they had to modify certain architecture to make the resources available to these remote workforces. Then again, the security controls were adopted, and there was no, you can say, a proper planning that went into that particular phase. Gradually, yes, as Amrish rightly said, that initially they went out in big bang manner. They just thought of like, we need to make the business running, and then they gradually started maturing it, starting implementing controls. And now the organizations are pretty much in a shape where they know the risk, they have identified it, a bit of it which has already been managed and a bit which yet to be managed. So we are in that kind of a stage. So yes, the larger challenges that came were from the malware space, then the data exfiltration, and also in terms of the credentials theft and system compromise, because now these workforce was not within the premise which already has a protected layer around it, and now they are in out and wild, and the attackers were aggressively targeting it. If you see the stats during this COVID time, the attacks have increased exponentially, and these are the very weak workforce which could have been easily compromised.
Sure, thank you, Aman. Milind, I think if you hear from Aman or Ambrish, so I think initially it was slow, but after that it got accelerated, but still it is a long way to go. What are all the strategies and practices in the last 1 year you think newly implemented to take care of these security issues which were not there? I think like Aman said, it was protected in the past. Maybe in the traditional industries, remote working was not that known. Maybe in some of the knowledge intensive industries, it might be known, right? So what do you think the different security policies, practices, software, hardware they brought in to encourage this remote and distributed working environment?
I think as both of them called out, it was something which was not a part of the traditional work environment in our country, at least. And as you called it out, very few organizations had mentally adopted to the culture of work from home. A year back, during the same time, we are on 6th, 7th of March. If anyone would have gone and talked to their management that let us have half of our staff working from home, I am sure it would have been treated as a joke within the organization. And that's something which is the fact. But today, each and every management has also mentally reconciled that if business has to work, it has to be work from home. You can't insist on working from office. But what has happened in last 1 year is because of this compulsion, I would say, because it was not a thought of and planned exercise, because of this compulsion, I would say, it is something where a lot of other ecosystem players came together. For example, work from home has seen suddenly a lot of activities within training and development department. Why? Because suddenly the IT and IT security department felt that people are logging in from home, but they don't have that kind of an awareness. They still are working as if they are working on the local LAN, and they are still that casual as they were in the local LAN, because local LAN, all said and done, was a fortified thing. To some extent, local LAN is fortified, and suddenly you come all over. It's like you're roaming about in the home. You can walk anywhere, anyhow. But if you are walking on the road, you have to think about the traffic. Otherwise, you risk yourself. The same thing happened when it comes to talking about the internet highway. When you are on the LAN, you can go from anywhere to anywhere. And if you are going in the wrong place, obviously there will be someone to stop you. But when you are on the internet, unless and until you don't come to the company's gates, it is not possible for anyone to know what are you doing over there. And that is the reason why awareness was something which was required. The second most important thing, which was the core of this whole work from home, was suddenly everyone required a secure practices and secure solutions to connect to the network. So I think VPN, the kind of implementations of VPN has happened, the kind of upgrades to the equipment and the technology has happened, or the kind of support system that was developed for people to get enabled on VPN and continue to help them on VPN to operate smoothly has gone up substantially in this last 1 year. If you ask me from security solutions point of view, I don't know how many people moved from antivirus to EDR during this 1 year, because frankly speaking, that is something which is a big decision. Anyone would think, whatever is the situation, anyone would think my subscription to antivirus is there still for another 6 months. Why should I rush into an EDR? Let that get over. No one would think that because of remote working, suddenly EDR is more important. And now, even before people adopted EDR, XDR has come, people are that much more confused. Even when you tell the end users that I want to remove your antivirus and put EDR, he wants to know what is EDR. And when you explain him, he says, oh, it is another kind of antivirus. So that is the kind of a situation which is there. And to give a one sentence answer to what you have asked, yes, training has gone up. Awareness sessions have increased, and casualness of attending the awareness session. Many of the organizations in the past, when the training would be scheduled, people would think that it is something which company wants to give a break from the work. But now, if they don't attend the training, mails are going to them, justification is asked as to why you are not attending the training. And VPN infrastructure has been upgraded, new VPN infrastructure has been set up, and those who could not do a capital expenditure, I think they went in for cloud-based connectivity using cloud-based VPN and all that.
Okay.
So that's a thing which I am able to say now, right?
Yeah, I think that's a good point you raised. I think training in the past, we used to have vacant places. Not many people attend. Everybody say 98% I'm busy in my regular work. Today is a life and death. I cannot compromise any security, right? They are gone. So I think it is becoming mandatory. Like you said, different tools got implemented and all. I'm sure the training will continue. It's not like one-time activity. It is a regular, and probably this trend and pattern may continue because the hackers are very intelligent than us. So they do so many innovations. So we have to be ready for that.
Not only that,
so
slowly training will become a compulsory part of many regulations, and then there will be mandates and there will be evidences which have to be captured. So entire ecosystem will fall in place to bring in that seriousness into this.
Wow, that's good. So regulatory means, I think, yeah, we have to comply. So of course, we have to also improve the quality. It's not only quantity. The organizations have to have that learning commitment. Thank you so much. Mainak, can you please also share some of your thoughts on continuing to the other panel speakers? So what do you think the last 1 year or prior to that or in future, you think remote working, distributed workforces, what security threats will be there, what precautions to be taken in our view?
Okay, hello. So what I feel is before the lockdown happened and the business was normal, okay, the kind of work from home or remote working scenarios were there, okay, but that was, as I said, that was not a crucial part of the organization as number one. Second thing, if we talk about certain organizations like I mean, NK Financial, the broking houses, they never.
Mainak, I will interrupt here. Probably they need to edit here. Probably you need to sit straight because it is looking bit your packing and all. I'll request Atri to edit it, but you probably need to.
Voice. Can you hear anybody else? Somebody else?
They're communicating, but when we talk of multiple clouds, there is to bring a uniformity of control across the cloud. It is a challenge for any CISO. Then the different clouds have their different best practices. Unless and until you adopt to that, you will be at risk. The misconfiguration. See, people are talking of like cloud is a risky thing, but if you see, it is not because of the cloud service provider. The most of the breaches happens because of the misconfiguration that which is in the shared responsibility model.
It's all hearsay. No one is
Adopted
what they are doing. Instead,
adoption.
it will blank out. Even if I'm working, those
Artificial intelligence, machine learning, blockchain, smart. Shikara, CEO.
Right.
This will also
And appreciate your time for sharing the valuable insights.
access our users.
Organizational digital. Yes.
Okay.
Perfect. Thanks. We'll go.
Sure.
But I would prefer.
Thanks, Kalpana, for framing this one. And if I go back a few years back when we did not have a very standard and defined way of putting this architecture in place, people were struggling because this work from anywhere, any device. I think this thought started way back and much before this whole zero trust came into picture. And if we look at how people were accessing applications, data, and consuming various services from the organization network, and if we largely see the whole focus to enhance the security posture was mostly driven around enterprise network, where all the controls, appliances, policies were tightening the security controls within the enterprise. And while there was a need which was growing to access information and data from anywhere in any device, and this whole mobility thing also evolved around that principle, where organizations wanted to give more flexibility for their employees to increase the efficiency and productivity, but at the same time, they were also struggling with the kind of security controls they had to build. And in fact, if we talk about how some of the CXOs were looking at the security in the last few years, and I personally went and talked about a borderless network where there is no perimeter. And when there is no perimeter, then how do you trust the devices? And largely it was seen earlier where if you are part of the organization network, then you are in a trusted zone, and then you can probably just roam around freely within the network, and there are no restrictions, and probably there are no policies. And even some of the global companies like us, where you have trusted locations across the world, and when you move from one location to another location, or maybe sitting at one location, you try to access resources of another location, then it becomes a trusted territory. But having said that, when people also started looking at some of the large-scale breaches, which actually happened by some users who did not have privileges to carry out such an attack, but the way those privileges were exploited and to gain access within the organization, and then the hackers, they tried to elevate their privileges, and they were successful. That's where I think a lot of these things started developing, and when we started talking about this whole remote working and the kind of attacks which happen, maybe it's related to ransomware or phishing attacks, then it becomes almost difficult task to ensure that how do you have a foolproof security within the organization. You know what users are doing, what kind of data they are accessing, whether they need that kind of privileges or access or not. But these kind of things, I think, drive the need for having a zero trust architecture where you do not trust blindly any sort of access or users, but you give that access based on the need. And this, I think we'll probably talk maybe more as we move along, but this whole principle around managing identities is something which is very, very relevant in this zero trust architecture.
So the shift of enterprises to modern architecture centered around cloud and mobile requires a modern security architecture to enable the businesses to securely leverage their new investments. Security vendors are coining newer terms, and SASE is the new buzzword in the market. From a security leader's perspective, how do you see the buzz around secure access service edge, that is SASE?
Yeah. See, what I always see, whether it's a security or maybe any part of the IT, you have every new term. It's just like a maybe launch of a new iPhone every year, and every year you have maybe one of the other buzzwords, but some of them are very relevant. And I think SASE, as we call it, is again nothing very fancy around it, but it's just the cover what you need to give to the growing need of organizations to go for digital. Because as you move more towards it, as you adopt, let's say, cloud in a big way, then this whole concept I was sharing earlier around uh, the perimeterless network, where people are accessing network from anywhere, any device, and then the shift to the cloud, where your data is not residing within your own enterprise, and then all those enterprise level controls will not alone be sufficient. Then this shift in this whole mindset and the architecture, which is one is the zero trust, which is more around how do you uh, explore some of the existing controls, how do you monitor and maintain the movement of data. But when you talk about the overall coverage, where you talk about everything like from network to your applications, your users, identities, and even things like zero trust, which is around more policies, then to combine everything, you need to give an architecture which is nothing but the SASE, which is taking its shape with the growing adoption of digital. Because SASE is more oriented towards cloud delivered services, and organizations who are moving their workloads in a big way to the cloud, and they have, whether it's a pure public, hybrid, or or maybe a private cloud, then they are actually leveraging this cloud delivered service in a way where it fits very well in the current scheme of things.
What are the things CISOs must consider when evaluating SASE architecture for their businesses?
Yeah, that's a very good question. See, though there are multiple guides and probably maybe documents available which can talk about what are the maybe the best way to deploy some of these architectures. How do you test your current environment, and then figure out what are the things you need to follow. But what I personally feel, I think it's a sort of step-by-step approach, because some of these these fields, whether it's around SASE, zero trust, and I always feel security is a dynamically changing field, and it's like the nature of threats, which is very dynamic. Even the development also is very dynamic around some of the security terminology or the solutions. I think this will also evolve very quickly, and you need to take that step-by-step approach to figure out what you need to do and how much you need to do, and then figure out a plan that by when you want to achieve some of these security principles within your own framework.
Right. So last but not the least, please talk about common SESC and ZTNA use cases and tactical and strategic approach to implementing the frameworks.
Yeah, now one of the very relevant use case we all are witnessing these days is the remote work environment. And if we look at how people are working today, where they are not going to offices, then when we talk about this whole enterprise network in terms of capacity, accessibility, security, I think everything was taken aback for many organizations who did not have enough capability to allow people to work from home. And in fact, there are many companies and industry who actually never had any type of work from home. Their systems were not designed. I think the very common use case is this work from home scenario where you have large number of remote workers for almost all industries. And we had one point in time where and especially this was right after the pandemic, or I can try to define maybe first 6 months of pandemic where people were mostly in reactive mode. And there have been many cases I personally know where even the security policies were compromised because they did not have any means to enforce security policies for people working from home. And in some cases, I've seen people just shifted the office infrastructure like PCs, desktops to people's home. And and those are the, I think, cases where you can define the complete architecture if your applications are on the cloud and if you have enabled some of the application even within your own network to be accessible on the internet in a secure way. Then how do you basically leverage some of the security principles to allow a secure access to your assets within your own enterprise as well as on the cloud? I think this one is a very popular and common use case across all organizations.
Yeah, right. So, I mean, what could be tactical and a strategic approach to implementing the frameworks?
So this largely depends on where the organization's maturity related to cloud and digital stand. And if they already are high on cloud adoption, they're big on digital, then I think their path is already set. They just need to go ahead, assess, and deploy. And as I already said, this is not something about a product which you can buy and deploy. This is all around building an approach and probably maybe a change in a mindset also. How do you look at the security? Whether you look at security more from an enterprise network perspective, or whether you look at the security holistically, where you look at everything from not just enterprise, but look at overall where your data is moving. And I think more importantly, the change in approach is more around users and identities, where you do not focus on location, as you rightly mentioned in your very first question. It is not dependent on location. It is not dependent on device. You need to figure out the identities, who needs access, how much access they need, and at what time they need this access. And I think there is a principle what we also follow, and I've seen a lot of organizations also doing that, where you need to give access on a need to know basis. You need to figure out accessing, what they're accessing, where they're accessing, and how they're accessing that information. And you need to know all these things before you're providing that access. And there are, in fact, newer terms also in parlance to the cloud, where you talk about just-in-time access, and which is not but a time-bound access. For example, if I need access to an application for half an hour, I'll get access just for half an hour. I'll not get that access permanently or for a longer period of time, so that if, let's say, my machine gets compromised or my account gets compromised, then I avoid exploitation of my identity.
Right.
And that's where I think this whole approach is taking a shift, where you're not just focusing on managing things legacy way, but you are trying to modernize the whole thing with a shift in the security posture and controls based on the data and applications and information assets, how they are traveling within the system.
Right. Thank you, Sachin. It was a complete pleasure interacting with you, and appreciate your time for sharing the valuable insights. And I'm sure these are really informative and useful to other organizations as well.
Hello, my name is Sharat Mohanty. I am the Global Head of Trade and Supply Chain Finance Client Implementation at Standard Chartered Bank. I have spent about a decade working with various corporates in different parts of the world in the space of physical supply chain. And then for the last decade, I've been with the bank looking after the financing side of the supply chain. So to summarize, I have a good balanced view of both the physical supply chain as well as on the financing side of the supply chain. So today I will be talking about how does this whole security aspect has a significant role to play in the in supply chain management. So if you look at how this whole supply chain is evolving, let me start with the consumer buying behavior. It has changed dramatically in the last 1 year. For example, like me, many of us are working from home. So what does that mean? That from a consumer point of view, that I'm no longer looking to buy any formal attire or formal clothes that I normally wear to go to office. Instead, I'm looking to buy a casual apparel that I can wear at home while I'm working. So that's a very good example how the consumer buying behavior is changing. I'm sure many of us have switched to online buying mode given the COVID-19 situation, but that has become a de facto new normal of buying behavior. So these are some of the changes, what has happened to the consumer buying behavior that is significantly changed in the supply chain process. The second aspect of the change on the evolving is around the whole global supply chain versus local supply chain. Given the COVID-19 situation, a lot of companies are seriously considering that can I source that product locally instead of getting it from a overseas location such as Taiwan, China, or Indonesia or Vietnam. So therefore, there are a lot of thinking happening within the companies. How could I source a particular product locally? So there's a lot of thing going around, and how the supply chain is really evolving from a model point of view, as I call it as a global versus local. The third element that has really evolved significantly, in my view, is the whole digital aspect. The digital disruption has really in the front and center of the supply chain changes that I've seen over the last 15, 20 years. And what I've seen in the last 1 year, it is just overwhelming. Things like the appetite to adapt, considering the ML aspect, how we can adapt that within the organization. So those digital disruption was also making a big wave in terms of the supply chain industry. Now let's look at, while this evolving supply chain is good, because change is always good from an industry point of view. So what does that mean from a challenges? So it has its own challenges. If you look at the same example I gave, consumer buying behavior is changing. So what does that mean? It is posing a massive challenge for all the supply chain managers to secure the on time in full for their customers. For example, am I receiving the raw material that the supplier has committed to deliver? Answer is probably no. There is a delay for various reasons, because of the COVID-19 situations, because of the delay on the transportation, logistics, shipping industry, etc., etc. So meeting consumer demand or delivering on time in full has become a huge challenge for every supply chain professional due to mainly external environment. The second aspect, if I have to find a correlation, this whole localizing supply chain versus global, this means that this whole supply chain model has to be recalibrated. Now, it is not an easy task to recalibrate overnight a supply chain model. But if you carefully look at this whole global supply chain that most of the big organizations have put in place, it is an outcome of a good 5 to 10 years worth of careful thinking, strategy, investment, talent, systems, process. It takes a huge amount of coordinated effort to put together a supply chain model that was global. So now if you want to bring that back, change that to local, it has its own challenges. For example, when you try to source a particular product from a overseas location, that means in that particular country you don't have that skilled labor any longer, because there is no demand for that particular skill set. So now all of a sudden, if you really want to source that product locally, you may not be able to find the right skill set who could make that product. Yes, it will take some time. Eventually you will get that talent or a skill set, but that takes time. So it's a good challenge for any supply chain person to have. The third element, which is again relating to the digital disruption. So the big challenge every supply chain professional is facing within an organization, including the technology organization, to cope with the rapid change that is happening over on the technology environment, whether it is supporting all the staff of an organization to work from home, migrating their infrastructure to cloud, changing their application engineering, going to the API, AI, ML, etc. So coping with a rapid change has another significant challenge that I see across many industry. So now coming back, having looked at how the supply chain is evolved and what are the interesting challenges the industry is faced with, these are some of the my own personal view how supply chain organization can really create a robust, secure supply chain ecosystem, both from a financial security point of view and as well as technology security point of view. So let me look at first the security as a topic. To me, it's a very strategic part of any organization. You just cannot take security lightly and then say that, look, you know what, I don't have the right security in place to make sure that the cyber security or the AML part of it or the hacking or the phishing, all those things needs to be tackled at a strategic level, which means there has to be enough planning and execution needs to happen as a top to down in an organization. If you do not have the senior management's buy-in and support behind the security, I don't think it is possible to implement a robust security framework within an organization. The next piece comes as a financial security. While many people are busy with addressing the technology security, the whole supply chain evolving COVID-19 has posed a massive financial security for a lot of organizations. Both, for example, a company which has enjoyed a good accounts receivable from some of their customers, but things have changed in the last 1 year. So therefore, most organizations now are looking around a supply chain finance, working with the bank and their financial institution across end-to-end supply chain ecosystem. So you need to be looking at your supplier. If they have a working capital issue, then you work with your bank to make sure that your supplier's working capital issue is resolved. Same, if your buyer or your distributor or your customers have a cash flow problem, then you work with your bank to make sure that your customers or distributors finance problem also is addressed. Now looking at the IT security, I think every company in my view must invest in an IT security to adopt a new digital trend such as blockchain, API, microservices, because what I personally see over the next 2 to 3 years, this whole IT application re-engineering or repurposing your existing application to make it a cloud compliant would be a big topic among many organizations. Now we all know that going into a cloud poses a huge question mark from an IT security point of view. So therefore, most organizations must look at right now part of their design, how those security aspects are really addressed and dealt when you move to a blockchain based solution or an API based solution or a microservices based solution. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Veeam session, Securing Your Enterprise with Veeam. My name is Shuja Mirza, and I look after technical services for the SARC region for Veeam software.
I am Sunil Kumar. I handle the Veeam sales for South India business.
Since this session is about securing the enterprise, it is very important for any technology provider to listen to its customers. So, Sunil, you meet so many of them. every day, or these days I think you're meeting so many or even more of them virtually, and we get to hear challenges from customers and problems which they are wanting to solve, the environment they are operating in. Why don't you share with us some of the challenges you hear from organizations you interact with every day?
Yes, Shuja sir, thank you very much. That is a very important question that you have raised, is current customer challenges. We passed 2020, now we are in the critical year of 2021. As we've always been hearing from customers, how you checking on costs. But the new norm, the new questions that I'm hearing every day from customer is, how are you ensuring that your data is safe from ransomware? You're hearing these lot of this from customers saying that there are a lot of ransomware attacks are taking place. So one of the major questions that I'm hearing every day is, how are you protecting from ransomware? Comes the next question with regarding to compliance and retention goals. Yes, there have been an emphasis which has been there in the past, but keeping in the new norms of living, the questions have been coming on how you're ensuring the compliance and retention norms are another severe question that is coming up from customers. The other point is, if my business is down, how are you ensuring that there is zero tolerance for downtime and data loss? This I've been hearing for the past 6 months plus, which is very, very crucial, that customers are asking no data loss to their data that they are backing up. The major norm that we are also seeing, Shuja sir, is people are all working from home. How are you protecting these data that is generating from home, people connecting from remote corners of the world today and connecting to their data center? So that's one of the other challenges that customers are asking from us on a daily basis as such. And recovery is one more big question that they're asking. Yes, you're backing up them, and how are you ensuring that these recoveries are happening from the storages is what the questions have been coming across. Shuja sir, now that I mentioned to you these 5 to 6 important points that are coming up in 2022, how do you think this is going to transform, and how from Veeam do you think we are able to help customers to encounter all these challenges coming up, Shuja sir?
Yeah, it's very different these days, and just as a start, let's look at what is the impact on IT landscape. So we're seeing a huge growth in cloud services, and as you would imagine, because IT data centers are not as accessible as they used to, and the promise of cloud is getting very, very real. With the cost metrics associated with it, we're seeing this huge acceleration to the cloud, and also driven by the digital transformation initiatives by our customers and organizations out there. It was only natural that we see this spurt in cloud consumption. So SaaS usage acceleration happened, but along with all of this, it did increase the exposure of our most critical asset, information, and cyber threats also became very, very real. So we saw the ransomware attackers trying to make a quick buck by really breaching these forts of information, and then getting in and then trying to really blackmail the organizations. Very interesting fact around ransomware is that if you do not prepare for ransomware, you probably end up paying some money for it. And at the same time, 66% of people who even paid money to come out of a ransomware attack never got their data back, never could recover from a ransomware attack. And therefore, it is very, very important that we are very, very well prepared to come out of a ransomware attack, and we do our bit in terms of fending off such attacks. But it does all these trends and all these threats, they pose a very different kind of challenge to the data protection paradigm, and the data protection practices. Earlier it was much simpler. There was all within the four walls of the data center, and now it is outside in the cloud, sometimes as a virtual machine in the cloud, and very often as a SaaS service. Now, Sunil, while people are operating in this hybrid world, what are they really expecting? If you would want to share, as a consultant to them, you're very close to some of the customers, and I know some of the very well regulated customers. Industries like pharma, finance, and they have very, very strict controls in place. So what are they expecting from people like us, or people in the industry, to take them through and then help them settle down in the new normal and beyond?
Yes, Shuja sir, that's a very, very valid point. Yes, we work with a lot of manufacturing, pharma, IT, ITS, BFSI customers. What we are looking for is a modern data protection tool where they are able to get good lowering of their storage costs. And we are working with customers to ensure in that particular journey. And when we talk about modern data protection tools, yes, we have seen a lot of legacy tools built for on premises. As you rightly mentioned, the cloud adoption is growing very rapidly. And we from Veeam and also the industry ask is build that robust solutions to protect on premises. And also as they take the workloads towards the cloud, we ensure that it is safe, protected, and it is also built against a ransomware as such. We're seeing close to 3x of backup windows with our modern data protection tool from Veeam. And we are also ensuring the RPOs and RPOs are not compromised. We have seen a good 55% better RTOs and RPOs with Veeam. And we also seen a good 92% customers recover from ransomware. When I say 92% customers, people who are hit with ransomware were still reliably able to retrieve their data with our modern data protection tool called Veeam. Shuja sir, as we speak and we are talking with our Veeam protection story, 2 weeks back we launched version 11. It would be great if you could walk us through what are those new features that we are helping in this modern protection of data to customers, Shuja sir.
As you mentioned, there is an ever-growing expectation from the customers, and rightly so, because as organizations, they need to be prepared to cater to the modern workloads or the modern infrastructures in which they're running their business critical applications, or even the SaaS services like O365, like relational database service from AWS, etc. People need that confidence to operate, with these services, and the ability, and thereby, and of course, in the background, the ability to really recover from any data loss or data corruption issue in these services. So Veeam is playing its part. We're listening to our customers and matching up to their expectations. First and foremost thing, and a highlight of our V11 is the continuous data protection solution. So the ability to really get to near zero RPOs. That means every second, every 2 seconds, whatever is being written or whatever is being generated in your applications, we have the ability to protect that and quickly recover from any failure within seconds. So CDP has been an ask, and it's not that it was never there in the industry. There were point solutions for CDP, and people found it to be very expensive to really deploy such solutions. Now with a single tool which is protecting your data from a backup recovery perspective, the same tool extends into the CDP world and gives you a sub 5-second RPO, and at the same time gives you the ability to recover within seconds from any failure for your critical application. And then, so that was CDP, and then the hardened Linux repositories. Although it sounds very technical, the hardened Linux repository, but the word hardened does point towards something very, very secure. It does not allow any attacker to just walk into the backup repository and go and delete the backups. It just fortifies your backup repository so that even if a ransomware attack happens on production, you have the ability to recover very confidently your data back from the Linux repositories, and all of it using very general purpose hardware. So whatever you have on the floor, you can use that. If you are buying any general purpose storage, feel free to choose that and have your security through Veeam built on top of that underlying storage. So flexibility of choice while choosing hardware and yet getting very, very secure infrastructure. Moving on to Glacier and Azure Archive, this is one feature which really leads to operational efficiencies, where our customers who keep current information on storage, and while they're doing that on-prem, they over time sometimes feel that this is expensive to store a lot of backup copies on storage. If they had a way of really pushing it to cheaper storage in the cloud, and thereby achieve about 20x savings, just mathematically straight away, about 20x savings when you move your backup copies to a deep archive like Glacier. and thereby reducing your operational cost and achieving better operational efficiencies. We talked about continuous data protection. That was all about RPOs, the ability to quickly recover your workloads and minimize your data loss. Expanded instant recovery is about RTOs, the ability to bring back your workload into production or to bounce back into business. And some of your critical applications like SQL, Oracle, virtual machines, of course, Hyper-V, VMware, whatever you were running, we had the ability of instantly recovering them. As an example, on virtual machines for a pharma customer, and Sunil was the consultant, sales consultant for the same. 18 terabytes of Hyper-V virtual machine recovered in less than 2 minutes, which was seemingly impossible for any other technology provider to come and demonstrate any such functionality. Very happy user of Veeam today. So our ability of doing instant recoveries was always there. Now we extended that to the database platforms and also the unstructured data platform like your NAS repositories. So if you had your file shares where 500,000 or 5,000 users are logged into those file shares, accessing and sharing files from there, if that multi-terabyte or sometimes even a petabyte environment goes down, how would you really bring it back to your users? So backing up is one thing. It obviously takes, through traditional methods, it takes a lot of time. But when it comes to recovery, it takes even more time. So Veeam, I've been seeing this has been a perennial problem for ages, that backing up and restoring NAS repositories was always a challenge. Veeam's enhanced NAS backup, coupled with instant recovery of the NAS volumes, allows you to recover those multiple terabytes within minutes. And 1 or 2 minutes, you have the whole NAS share published back on the network, and your operational efficiency is preserved. And it does not affect it certainly does not affect the user productivity as well. So if you are 100, 500, 1,000 user or 1,000 user plus organization, and you have NAS shares, or your applications are dependent on NAS shares, then instant recovery of NAS shares is something which you would need naturally, and Veeam would have the ability, or will deliver a solution which will instantly recover the NAS volumes. Finally, improvements in our backup as a service and DR as a service, more for our service provider partners, and also those IT departments which are providing services to their internal customers and internal departments. A much deeper visibility into the environment when it comes to even endpoint protection. Sunil mentioned that one of the challenges was organizations wanting to protect their endpoints. And then deeper visibility into cloud workloads. So you had this on-prem setup where you had virtual machines, physical servers, and you were monitoring them in production, you were monitoring their backup recovery activities. And now that your workloads have moved into the cloud, you would need visibility into that environment as well. And with the Veeam Service Provider Console, we have very deep visibility into those environments. How are they growing? How are they performing? And if there is chargeback, whether internal or external to your service provider customers, then you would have a very, very, very smooth integration with your billing portals or your customer service catalog portals, and that's what we bring to the table with V11. So I hope the session was useful, and we could capture some of the challenges, the impacts, and what Veeam is doing in this area. On behalf of Veeam, I really wanted to thank you for spending time with us, and look forward to meeting you all soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Shuja sir, for that deep insight.
We have a good panel today. Coming to the panelist also, if I look at the profile of the panelist, that also pretty good. Like there are our Lopamudra, Bineet, and Manoj. All three are little lopsided because all three are from the financial sector, where Suhas is the only person who is from the service provider perspective. So good. So we'll have a broader perspective from Suhas also, because I know him and I also know this company, though they are into the business of providing security services. The way things are happening today, the dependence on digital landscape has increased manifold. Never ever it happened. If the digital infrastructure fails, there will be a problem in the in the health services. People cannot get the proper health services. So that is the kind of dependence in the digital landscape. And in a way, because of this pandemic and all, the digital transformation is kind of accelerated, and there are so many things happening in the digital space. When so many things are happening, the attack surface also is growing. A lot of attacks also they are happening. And when attacks happens, threat happens, digital landscape grows, then cybersecurity investment also grows. When cybersecurity investment grows, that is something which is asked by everybody, that what is the desired state of cybersecurity? Because there is no limit for cybersecurity investment. In fact, everybody will ask that how much is sufficient for us. So this is the question which perpetually asked by everybody who are into the managing cybersecurity or who are into the managing the business. So I just want to put this thought as an open thought and start discussing from Suhas.
Many times when we are talking with CIOs or CISOs, their ask is how I can do end-to-end security for my entire assets. It covers underlying infrastructure, applications, and all the digital payments ecosystem outside of their control. So how I can secure that? So there are primary, when we are talking with these guys, we are suggesting that they should first see all the application and infrastructure component security. Additionally, there are compliance framework. So in India, all the regulatory compliances, that is the mandate. These are the three things they should cover at most now. Now there is a new paradigm shifting. So where cyber defense, it covers everything. All the offensive security, threat intelligence, threat hunting, then forensic capabilities. These are the mandatory things which we are recommending to most of our clients so that they can secure their environment and accordingly they can take it this ahead to board. So this is what we are proposing, sir.
Okay, so Binit, to you the same questions. So I'm yet to get the some thread to take it forward in terms of what is that desired state of security. Is this the same for every company or it is different from all other companies? Financial sector is different. Financial sector, insurance it is different. Financial sector, the card associations like you, this is different. So what is that? What is that? How do you really convince the management that this is what you need?
So to your question, sir, I think I'll answer that in two folds. Number one is the kind of data each of the organization today manage based on the sector they are operating out of, based on the region that they're operating out of. The criticality and importance of that data is critical for any organization. Now, if I talk about a healthcare organization sitting out of US versus a healthcare organization sitting out of India, you'll see a difference because there are specific regulations which are there within the US geography, which are governed through HIPAA and other regulations, where the data criticality and others are quite important in nature. Whereas when you compare to an industry which is in India, which is in the similar domain, you'll see that the information that has been processed and managed here is completely different. And then since there is no regulation specific to the PII or PHI data for now, you see that there are data is flowing anywhere, everywhere, and then people are using it and then getting sold into an open market straight away. Now that begins the differentiation factor. Now, as an organization, while you're looking at some of these pieces, you have to understand the regulatory obligation first. The second is that while you are convincing, you're talking to your board, you need to understand the board. Are you giving a complete perspective about the organization or are you talking about a region? Because based on the regulations, based on the contractual obligations you have with your client, your customers, the sensitivity of the data will vary across different regions. Now, to handle that, how we have actually taken it up, we have created a framework and a solution in the organization. And then this is an external solution that we have procured. And now MasterCard is actually using it as providing services to our financial sectors organizations also using the same solution. Now, how that solution works is that takes inputs from the various regions. So it will take inputs from your demographic region. So where you are operating out of, what kind of a sector are you in? Then the second piece that it will take into consideration is it will understand your information system that is there. What kind of information that you are using? How are you managing? Which location are you keeping this data, and what is the complexity of that data? Now, based on that, and then we do a self-assessment based on the frameworks because of NIST, CSX, CSF, and then ISO 27001, and then CIS. We have created a holistic framework in the organization. Now we do a self-assessment across the organization, and then we take intelligence feeds from different sources. So we have a solution which we have created in the organization, which takes different sources from different threat landscape, where all the attackers, how they are trying to penetrate into your different regions, different geographies, different sectors. So we take some of these inputs. Now this solution mix up everything. There is an algorithm that has been set into this solution, which gives you a definite maturity score. It will tell you on a scale of 1 to 5 where you stand as an organization, and it also helps you in terms of tracking on a day in day out basis. How is your maturity moving? So let's say if in case you're in quarter one, you are sitting at somewhere around 2.6.
Vinit, I'll come back to that. While you have tossed a very important point that compliance regulations that plays a great role in terms of convincing the management what exactly you need in terms of security. Dr. Lopamudra, my questions to you is, there are two narratives coming. One is, of course, the legal requirement, the regulatory requirement, the compliance requirement is one narrative. The second narrative is, of course, very complementary to that, is talking about the threat, talking about the vulnerability, a threat-centric approach. So what do you think that one should approach in terms of convincing the management, the economics of cybersecurity, that yes, you should invest in cybersecurity?
Very good question. Now, just getting before that state, first of all, there is nothing called wrong or right about the desired cybersecurity state. It depends on the organization to organization, based on which, how you are operating, which sector you are in. So generally, it's what is the technology is in use, what kind of platform you are operating from, who are your end user, as well as who are your support provider and third party. That is the entire surface you need to look at. Secondly, it is very, very important that we should invest enough to understand that we have a very good visibility of our data, through what are the channels data is flowing back and forth, who are the people touching our data, up to what extent. So that is basically need to be considered while we are looking to invest on the cybersecurity. So when we are protecting the data, it is very important for us to protecting the infrastructure on which the data hosted. Now, while operating in the different region of the world, different organization, specific to their sector, specific to their stack, may need to go by, may need to comply with certain compliance as well as regulatory requirements, because both are different. And while doing that, we need to also see that, is there any specific law or regulation or compliance directly asking you to comply, or there are some requirements related to regulatory requirement or compliance requirement? There is no direct direction, but there is indirect direction that you need to take care of that. For example, if we look at Company Law of India, right, that is Company Act, is directing you to conduct the technology risk assessment. Same way, if I look at the IT Act of India, it's talking about the data protection and privacy indirectly. Again, if we look at the fundamental rights, that is giving you the data protection rights of the people. So we need to look in a holistic perspective of that region. That is one thing. Another is, yes, security is something is mandatory. Because it is not the addressing regulatory or compliance need, it is protecting your business. Unless your business is secure, you would not be able to, address the requirement of your stakeholders. So one should know the attack surface or the cyber portfolio of the organization very well to address the different kind of attack they are prone to, or their industry is prone to, or the region is prone to, and build the ecosystem to defend them and build the protection. When it is coming to the protection, three angles we need to look at. Do they have a specifically, protection mechanism which is proactive? Do have a reactive mechanism also? If I have a proactive mechanism, that doesn't mean that I don't require a reactive mechanism. Certain time it is also in certain scenario it is also helpful. Also, do we after that are we able to build the predictive capacity? And while we are doing that, how we are connecting with the different support system within the available around you. So these are the components we need to look for.
No, understood, madam. So quickly, Manoj, your views on whatever all these three panelists have told is essentially how to really what you need to do for cyber security. So what I'm yet to get a very objective thread where we don't have an open budget for cyber security. You cannot go and ask that I need 100 crore budget. So what is that trick one should do in terms of convincing the management that this is so many important points have been covered by these people. So shortly, what is your view from a insurance perspective, that how do you really convince the management that this is what is required for cyber security? Maybe sometimes it can grow beyond 10% or 15% of the technology budget, but that is where you have to convince the management, and that is where the economics of cyber security lies. Manoj.
Yeah, thanks. It's a very complex and tricky question. But so far, so convincing management is concerned, we really thankful to the regulatory bodies. Most of the job is already done. But what personally I have taken it up that I applied quantitative risk assessment, and I converted my hyper convergent language to business. Very simple language. And I did some analysis. I told this kind of risk we are into, there may be a situation where due to cyber attack, the organization's solvency can be impacted. And during tough time when solvency is nearby my hard limit, we may require additional this percent of pie as working capital for the organization. So the less investment you have in cybersecurity, the more working capital you have to reserve to meet the solvency guidelines. So this is how I, applied my thought process before my board of directors, my CEO, and also what kind of budget I require and what kind of risk that is going to cover. Because even if somebody come and tell me you take 1,000 crore and guarantee security, it cannot be done. So the risk level can be brought down from X level to Y level. The investment is maybe say 1 crore rupees, but we are going to minimize the risk of maybe 10 crore rupees. So this is how the value can be bring into.
Excellent, Manoj. Very good thoughts. Excellent thoughts. So you took the risk management way of talking the business language and convincing the management that this is what you need for security. So Vineet, back to you, taking a thread from Manoj. So now that you need to do that, you don't wish that the SolarWinds like threat happens, or you don't wish like RBI comes with a lot of regulations or law comes for security, then only you go and ask for the budget. Budget should be essentially a Greek-centric budget. So, and we always should wish that irrespective of all those things, we should be able to put forth our agenda. So, beneath your view on how we should really, so what is that governance, information security governance, which is the requirement, how that should be, what should be the framework for a right information security governance? And since CISOs are going and meeting the board, that what is that CISO needs to do, what transformation or what reform rather CISO should be doing. They cannot go and define risk in terms of cyber security risk. They have to define risk in terms of the business risk. So how do they talk business language and orient themselves to be heard in the board?
So I think while I was explaining about the process that MasterCard adopted, I think the digital assets that we were talking about, that was more of a business risk. So based on the kind of information that you have across the organization, the data set that is available, what is your crown jewel across the organization. So you need to, as an organization, you need to first identify those. You have to list down these some of the. Now, if I say that the earlier process where we used to do a qualitative risk analysis and then we used to do prioritization and then we used to go ahead and do a risk mitigation, was that the approach that every organization should adopt today? I think some of the organization may still continue to adopt that process in terms of prioritizing the risk, but however that may not be suffice in the given scenario today, because the kind of digital assets that we own today have a difference in the approach to what we were following almost like 5-7 years back. Now, with the set of criticality that has happened, and then the way the cyber attacks have started happening on most of the organization, and then there is not a hidden truth that most of the organization is all depends upon when are we going to get attacked. So I think given that kind of an thought in mind, the organization cannot today rely on one specific framework and say that, okay, if I adopt, let's say, an ISO, I am going to be 100% being safe from any kind of a cyber attack. It has to be a holistic approach. It has to be a mix of all the relevant standards and framework which are there. Depends upon because, and then also that standard and framework cannot be adopted just for the sake of adoption. You have to understand your business. You have to understand the region that you're operating. You have to take into account again the kind of compliances what Dr. Lopa has talked about. You have so many different PCI DSS, PAP. In a financial sector like us, we have a lot of standards and framework that we need to follow, like PCI DSS, PADSS, PCI PIN, and others like that. And then there are a lot of regulatory guidelines specific to region. So if I am operating out of US, I have to follow HIPAA. If I am following into somewhere like UK, there is GDPR. So I have to take everything into one parameter and then create a framework holistic for the organization. Today, I may not be able to say that, okay, this framework or that framework is going to really suffice my business requirement. I have to look at holistically, taking into account the region that we are operating, the kind of attack surface. As I was talking about, each region have a different set of attack surface. If I am staying close to China, I can see a more of an attack originating from there rather than versus a region that I'm close to, NIA, for example. So I think we have to take into that all those pieces into consideration. The threat intelligence piece, the regulatory guidelines, the assets that you have, the digital assets, and then on top of that, you have to create a framework, and then you have to approach the board and say that, okay, see, this is what we have taken into consideration. This is the current control environment that exists in my environment. This is the gap what I foresee in my organization, and to fulfill this is the kind of investment that I need. And again, board obviously will come back, state, okay, what is the financial, what is the number that you, then you have to project based on your SWOT analysis. You cannot do everything in one go. Again, you have to prioritize those risks. Based on the risk prioritization, you have to put into order that what is that you're going to do in year 1, what is that you're going to do in year 2, what is that you're going to do in year 3. And based on that, you have to give a roadmap to the board that, see, this is where, if you want to reach to this desired state with the set of complexities that exist in your organization with for your environment, this is the kind of budget and investment that you need to put in. And I think that should be the approach.
Oh, good, good, Binit, giving a very comprehensive way. I'll tell you, before I go to Dr. Lopamudra, because he has been in various industries. Frankly, what happens is, I'm sure you all have experience, you hardly get half an hour time for the board. So you need to put forth your agenda within that half an hour time. And you cannot get another meeting in next 1 month or so. So what I am passionately convinced, which is like talking their language is the most important thing. They would understand that you understand their business, you are concerned for that business. If you are in a refinery business, you should talk about refinery margin. If you are in insurance, you should talk about their language. If you are in your business, you should talk their language, smartly talk that language. You should appear to be knowing that business. So, madam, you have been into various businesses. You have been into Nissan, you have been into so many other companies, big companies, global companies. So what's your trick that how do you really relate yourself to the board and make them feel that you understand their business as well as the threat to the business within that 30 minutes time, which is given to you, or even less than that? 30 minutes is a comfort.
So this is very important, right? When you are going to provide that to board, you need to be ready, you need to be aligned with the business, and you need to be addressing the requirement which you have, right, in a RICS language. So specifically, one need to have a strategy which is completely aligned with the organizational strategy and the business. You need to demonstrate that how you are going to support different activity of the organization. Every organization require a security budget to protect the business. So while you are going through that, there are different buckets. First bucket is the compliance requirement of the organization and regulatory requirement of the organization. So see that what part of the portfolio need you can cover under that case. This is the topmost requirement of any organization. So you push those requirements under that bucket. What remaining you have in your hand, you can look at them, prioritize them based on the risks of the organization, align them with the operational risks and brand risks of the organization. That is the two area. They are very consistent. Even the brand risks is, as equal as your regulatory risks. Because a regulatory risk and triggering even the brand risk. Same way, operational risks triggering the brand risk. So we need to play around the three buckets very effectively to demonstrate that what is the brand risk, compliance risks, and the operational risks due to the technology risks.
Good, 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 very good. Swas, any quick thought about if you are advising a company and helping them in presenting the board, how do you address these issues? What should be the first 2 slides?
Yeah, so one part is definitely we need to convince a board that when we are investing in cybersecurity, as like other business functions, there will not be direct some percentage of ROI on that. So cybersecurity is getting measured, or its success is getting measured on how you are protecting your operations, how you are protecting your brand, and how you are protecting your assets from the external and new age security risk. So these are the 2 messages which we need to convey to board at the first set, that ROI is directly proportional to brand value and protecting business. And at that time, whatever goes wrong in terms of emerging attacks, if there are any targeted attacks, at that time, some portion may get into business loss and brand loss. And that is a very big risk. These are the messages which we need to convey to board. And later on, say, what are the mandatory things from the compliance perspective? What are the mandatory things which we need to apply in terms to secure our systems externally as well as internally? So that piece which we need to convey them very effective. I think these are the 2 things: ROI part, and second piece is security in terms of emerging threat and
you want to, one good point is like you should not venture to really quantify the ROI. because what you are saying is it is not possible in cybersecurity. I totally agree with you. So Manoj, just taking a
sorry to interrupt here. Here, one thing I think important, we need to create a platform before going to the board, connecting the different people. One thing I always tell them, convey to them that, cybersecurity is like a RV, right? You need to keep it ready to address the different diverse situations. And you are not investing that you are going to get attacked, but if there is an attack, how to deal with that and how to quickly recover from that.
Yeah, a very good, very strong point. But I wish every board understands it. If there is no threat or no attack happening for the last 10 years, people will think that no, I don't want to invest in security because nothing has happened for the last. But anyway, but that's a very good, very strong thought. So Manoj just taking a thread from the same desired state, because the word desired state is not coined by me. It is actually the ISACA, when they defined information security governance. They have told very clearly that information security governance is nothing but attaining the desired state. See, the desired state of information security is not constant. It will always change from the taking into account the threat, the regulations, the business, all sort of things. It is a very dynamic, and at any point in time, there has to be a calibrated effort from going one point to the next point. For the same requirement, because one cannot attain the optimal thing in the beginning. So that is where the question of continuous improvement program, the maturity model for cyber security comes to the picture. And that is where I have always realized, I've been presenting to the board for the last 10-15 years. So I have realized that really makes them feel very good, that if you quantify those things, that I'm in 2, I want to go to 5. So they would always say that yes, we need to go to 5, and you have to have a decision calculus telling them that 2 to 5, if you go, you need to do these things to go from 2 to 5. So what's your thought on this match? In fact, if you search on the internet, you will find my maturity model. In my PhD thesis, I had actually devised one maturity model for cybersecurity. You can find it. That's now in public. So what's your thought on continuous improvement program, maturity model on cybersecurity?
Well, so this is very good question, and in fact, the leadership team, they want to have clear visibility where we are, what we planned for, and where we will be in next 2-3 years. So what I did when I joined this organization, so there was cybersecurity maturity assessment, which was very quick one, and on the basis of that, we are into cybersecurity transformation program version 2.0, where we have different 35 work streams on data protection, regulation, security awareness, this, that. So there are, 35 work streams. And on the basis of work streams, we defined the prioritization and then a 3-year plan with quantification. Today, we are at 1.2. We will be at 3.0 in 2023 March. So this is how I'm driving this continuous improvement. And one more thing that there are very important KPI. This is my personal opinion that the restoration time and the productivity, these two are now going to be very important KPI from leadership team to CISO, because nevertheless 1 minute. So nevertheless, we have been attacked or not, we were compromised or not, the fact remains same that at any moment of time, we can get into disaster. And the maturity model is nothing but, being ready for worst. So how soon we can recover? That is first,
excellent.
And second,
I like that.
And second, how productive we are. Suppose business is coming to go live with an application and we are taking 15 days, 30 days for doing VAPT, getting the points addressed. So how tricky approach, suppose I have WAF and some SQL injection is there. So we can take a chance.
Very good thought. So what I'll come to you, Suhas. So excellent thought. Like what is driving home is failing is imminent. What is required to make sure that you don't fail to get up. So that's what is more important, and that's to be factored into the maturity model. Suhas, yes, you had something to say.
Yeah. So to add on Manoj's point, many times I have seen that when we are submitting any report on the security finding, security gap, and applications are supposed to go live in a day or two, business team comes and says that, boss, what are the high vulnerabilities? We fix that. If possible, we need to go live. That is business requirement. And most of the time, business teams are considering security is a many times showstopper to go live. And this is very important aspect at that time to convince these business stakeholders that if we go live with certain risks, at that time there is a risk to get attacked. And getting that point corrected and telling this to business stakeholders that we can't go live unless and until we remediate this critical or high findings. And at that time, there is a large debate most of the time. Maybe from your side also, you might have experienced that. And we have seen multiple times that in that forum, CISO team and business team, they are fighting. Then we need to fix this. Who will be responsible? And business team is saying, I need to go live tomorrow. And there is a huge business impact. If I don't go live tomorrow, another competitor will launch these services, insurance services or banking services. And this is a very critical decision or situation where we need to take decisions.
Excellent. Was actually you will win. It's a very perpetual battle. You don't win the battle with this kind of thing that who is responsible. We should rather, you will win only when the business tells us that don't allow any business unless you are very satisfied. So that is where you will actually win the game. So most of the times, personally, I have felt that a couple of my businesses, they tell me, sir, don't ignore anything. It may take 2-3 days time, but make sure that your team sees everything. So these are the things. So since the topic is economics, so all of us are kind of convinced now, till now, that there is a need for more investment in cybersecurity. And number two is there is a need for convincing the management that there is a need for investment. And when I say that investment, every investment has to have certain kind of a return on investments. So how do you write? Before I go to that, so let me ask Dr. Lopamudra one question. So when all of us have been talking about, see, anywhere when there is a lot of investment, we have to think of that where we should smartly do things so that I don't spend, my investment is less, but my utility remains intact. So the question comes that whether I will buy solutions or build solutions, whether I'll go to the cloud or not go to the cloud. So I have no way to compromise on cybersecurity because the threats are there, compliance are there, I have to do. So these two decisions has to be taken, buy or build, cloud or not cloud. From an economics perspective, what do you think? Quickly, in say 1 minute or 30 seconds, your opinion on this. I want to take this opinion for all these fours, understanding all these panelists, understanding that what's their view on buy and build, cloud or not cloud.
It is a business risk-driven decision based on the assessment what data you are going to put in cloud and what type of cloud. All cloud are not similar, right? You may have private, you may have co-location hosting, you may have a kind of public cloud, or you may host your own cloud also. So based of the data business sector you are in, what kind of regulatory impact on a particular set of data, you can take the action.
So Vinit, while Madam has told about the security, different type of cloud, I am asking a very simple question: the economics of it. If somebody tells that going to the cloud save my money, building a solution saves my money instead of buying a solutions. So how do you address these issues? If you are a CISO of a big company, how would you do your strategy? Hiring a couple of guys and build a DLP solution of yourself and putting everything on the cloud so that you don't invest in infrastructure. How do you do that? How do you handle such kind of issues?
So again, sir, as I think Ms. Lopamudra have actually picked up a very relevant point. So the kind of data, so that plays a very vital role while you're moving on to the cloud. But again, to your point, what kind of, again, while you're moving to a cloud, you need to have a similar kind of an infrastructure, the similar set of controls that you have for on a on-prem setup. Now, if you say that if I am moving on to a cloud and I am going to get relief about from the controls, again, it clearly outlines from the shared responsibility matrix that okay, the data is yours, the controls has to be defined by your organization. Now, again, the kind of control environment what you want to create, it again depends upon the organization called based on the information that you're putting onto the cloud. Because as we all know, the cloud, when we talk about, is somebody else's computer where you're hosting your data. Now, the environment what you want to create, and then the kind of investment, it all have to be taken into account based on the data set that you're putting onto the cloud, and whether it actually. So while I have done some of the exercises myself in the past, I have seen the investment that I put onto the cloud is much more than what I have to do onto a on-prem setup. So, and then looking at that, and this is largely based on the 5-year roadmap. If I see, if I have to hold the similar set of data and then everything onto the cloud, it looks like that the cost is a little more on the higher side. So given that perspective, I generally advise that, okay, let's put on to a on-prem setup if in case, but if in case it's a business requirement and it's critical and then you cannot live by it and then you have to go, then obviously there's no choice. The organization have to actually go ahead and invest onto the cloud. So I think that are the key pointers that I would consider.
Understood. So what both of you have been resonating each other, and what's saying is, don't take it as the cost issue. It is rather you should decide on the requirement of the business and then decide whether it should go this way or that way. But if
I have one point here. I have one point here. Cloud is not cost cutting. Cloud is cost efficiency. Cloud may give me a better security also, because security may not be the core business wings of the business, and we can have it from third-party association.
So fine. Yeah, tell me, madam. Okay.
Yeah. And while we are talking about the control, what is the major gap in industry? Generally, we try to align the in-house control with the cloud control, but the technology is different. Basically, we need to see the current control set within the organization. What is the objective it is meeting? Take that objective in the cloud environment and see that it's meeting or not. I cannot replicate the control.
So actually, cloud is hijacking the issue. So we will not discuss on cloud. We'll discuss on only buy and build SWAS. So because when the cloud comes, everybody get excited about so many things, CASB, so many things they start talking about, because we know that we have so many things in cloud. So this was very straight questions: buy or build.
Yeah, it's for the cloud part. It's buy.
No cloud. It's buy or build. It's a solution. You have been telling us so many solutions to buy or do that. I can think of hiring few people and build a solution for myself instead of buying a solutions. What the organization should do?
Yeah. So for these, there are certain components which we need to buy and certain components we need to build or automate. That is very important. Strategically, you can't buy or rely completely on vendors. Some components you can buy, some components which we can build, and in-house capability development is essential. This is the hybrid model is required.
Good. So Manoj, just 1 second, I'll come back to. So Manoj, just one thing. Let me make it more specific. Let's say there is a requirement of SIM. SIM has been there for the last 15 years. It has stood the test of the time, and it is doing something which is known to people. It has promised to do so many things, but it is doing what everybody knows. So, and every year, everybody has to pay the license fee. It runs it to $500,000 for big companies like any big companies. So, all of our security people, all of us spent our lifetime in security. Hire 10 guys, developed an SIM, and serve the organizations. And that will be a new generation SIM, which is having intelligence, which is having all data sciences inbuilt into it. So we can do that. So what's your quick thought on it, Manoj? Would you build a SIM, buy an SIM and perpetually give the license fee for years?
Well, I think since we are transforming from strong to resilient, we should equally think of not only buying but getting the things as service, and we should give equal opportunity to the startup organizations.
So good. So Binit, you have pointed that hybrid model. Everybody is talking about an hybrid model. Hybrid model is nothing but a very political way of dealing these situations.
Correct. So I think I'll come to your buy and build question. I think the important piece is the go to market. So and then placing that control on your organization. So I think that plays a vital role. So if in case I have a time window of let's say 6 to 8 months where I can invest time in terms of getting a something build up right from the scratch and then put it onto my on-prem, I think I would prefer to do that. But if in case there is a business requirement where something has to go in immediately without having much of time window available for you, obviously then you do not have a choice. You have to obviously go ahead and get into SIM. Now if in case a regulator comes and tells you that okay, you need to deploy a SIM, you need to have an SIM, you cannot wait for 6 months 8 months till the time you hire people and then you build it right on. Obviously you have to go for a hybrid model.
Totally understood. So I think I don't need to give my opinion on it, but I think the thoughts are very clear that you cannot ignore building a solutions, but it all needs on the requirement, the time, the go-to-market attitude for the company, because you can't just build it for yourself. You need to really monetize those things. So you need to have a go-to-market strategy for those things. So now coming to that, over and above whatever we are doing, and Manoj said a very good point that failing is imminent. We would always fail because the kind of thing which is happening. In that case, all of us have been resorting to cyber insurance. Cyber insurance, some product which is really gaining importance in the market. So my specific questions, and I have dealt with cyber insurance for a long time and gone so many things into that. So if at all I have invested, let's say 100 crore, and let me not quantify, a substantial amount in technology, people in cybersecurity, and convince the management that I'm trying to take care of this thing. Now I go to the same management and tell that I need to pay another premium of say 5 crore or 6 crore a year. They would rather say that only pay 5 crore, don't have this Department of Information Security. Because anyway, they would take care of your risk. So how do you handle such kind of issue? In convincing, I'm only trying to play a devil's advocate role. So, madam, you have been a SME on cyber insurance. So, your thought on how do you approach cyber insurance?
So, good thing is that most of the cases now board and the legal department is very much aware about the requirement of the cyber insurance. And it is a business part of business requirement like any other insurance you are having to protect the business. Now, the thing is that cyber insurance is something, what is the sum assured you are looking for based on your business portfolio. You need to decide that your premium depend on that. What is the reasonable security you have that place? While you are declaring that is defining the level of your premium. What are the attacks you have faced in past? That is another parameter while you are declaring that. Also, a single cyber insurance cannot protect the you against the cyber threat. It's a combination of cyber insurance, and then fidelity insurance and error or omission. Because if anything happens due to the error or omission of employees, cyber insurance is not completely going to cover them. So same way, fidelity insurance is required if wrong employees are there, and due to that you get that issue. So we need to focus on that and build our case study and how you are addressing each bucket, because most of the company already have the error omission as well as your fidelity insurance. So look at that other part, what you need to include, because some of the cyber insurance also covering the error and omission part. So that way you can balance it.
Understood from the madam that cyber insurance is growing. And what she's saying is there is a direct correlation between the threat, your cyber posture, and the premium which you are going to eventually pay. And there are liability side of it and asset side of it also. Thank you very much. Congratulations and excellent thoughts. It's a good learning for me. So we would definitely talk more about this if there is any opportunity comes. But the topic per se, the economics of cybersecurity, is excellent. I thank the organizers for at least thinking about the subject like this. So thank you very much.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Vishal Bindra. I am founder of Classified Technology, and today we're going to discuss, a very important topic about data security and privacy program and how to make it very effective. And I'll, run you through, what has been our experience, why this is required, and how people should start to be addressing this. So we are not really going to discuss any specific technology here. Here, but I'm really going to talk majorly from why and how, why it is required, what are the different frameworks that people should be adopting, and so that you can then pick and choose what suits you the best. What are the market drivers? I mean, today why we are discussing this? One of the reasons that we have to really see that these three major drivers which have come in. There is a huge exponential data growth which is happening. I mean, I remember when I started my career, it used to be in KBs, and we are talking about gigabyte, petabyte, zettabyte. I don't know. I mean, I don't even know if I have to write zeros in terms of zettabyte. I'll ever be able to write that. So I mean, when we are talking about your data is becoming becoming doubling every few months. Your company data that is increasing. Today, I think our mobile phones have almost equal amount of processing and storage capacity than most of the laptops which are there. So I think that itself really starts to show that what is the kind of data which is there. Second very important thing is that today we are moving towards the cloud adoption. This cloud adoption increase we've seen specifically during these last few months of pandemic. This people have increased their adoption of cloud, and as much as that people were talking about that we'll move everything to the cloud, but I think the model which will ultimately is getting settled out is hybrid cloud adoption which is there. And then it becomes even more that you don't know that the applications are running either in cloud or on prem, and where is your data, and all this data is very intermixed. You're now using one application data into other. So this is also opening up and exposing all new challenges. And data threats, when you look at all kind of security which is getting implemented, there all kind of security is getting implemented only if you look at trying to achieve just two things: identity, which could equal to privacy, and second is data. If you look at any other things, people are deploying large firewalls, IPS, all kind of DLP, antivirus, all is because they want to protect their data. If you're not able to protect your data, all of these are useless. So I mean, whether we're doing infrastructure security, application security, or we're looking at data security, ultimately is to ensure that whatever information we have, that information is the most important tool today that is there with us. We want to just protect that. Industry changes. I'm sorry, some clip, to move forward sometimes takes time. What are the industry changes which are happening? On the one side, that this data is becoming very important, and because this data is becoming very important, there are a lot of changes which are happening in terms of how the corporates are really using it, both in terms of their daily use, in terms of your technology use, and how governments are looking at it. So if you look at today, because every board now, every business owners or business boards really understand that data is one of the most important assets that they have. If you look at Uber, if you look at Walmart, or you look at Jio, look at Airtel, what is the most important thing that they have? They have data, and they are able to do a deep mining on the data, and rest everything can be now plugged into that who's using it. So if your data is becoming the most important thing, if your consumer data, your manufacturing data, your financial data is the most important thing, and if you've not really kept it protected, your organization can get wiped out very, very quickly, from the face of this earth. So that is why now boards are becoming extremely important. So they are not asking you any questions on whether we have a firewall deployed, or whether we have large, IPS is involved? Do we have antivirus? Their major question is if our cyber risks are addressing our data security posture. If our data is secured, then everything else is now an investment rather than an expenditure. So that is one question which is being asked, and everything else which is going behind that particular scene is to just justify this one question: is my data secured? Is my data secured from competition, from thefts, or from malicious activities which are there? So that is happening. On a technology side, every business is becoming data centric. If you either you look at whether you look at TV industry, you look at your retail industry, look at hospitals, look at any industry, data is becoming the most important thing that we want to understand. Whose data is there, who's using these services, how much they're using that services for, and people who have access to this data and are able to utilize this data are the ones who are really able to go out in the market and ensure that they can make that business growth much faster. Now, if you look at question number 1 and 2, to ensure that people are forced to look at this, even if some companies are not, or some organizations or some enterprises are not looking at it, there are organizations, or government regulations which have come into the picture, which we call as regulatory compliances, which have ensured that companies have to invest their time and effort into that. So if you look at this huge change started to happen, which became a very prominent change globally, was GDPR. But then GDPR is not the only one. Then CCPA, we have Indian data protection law which is coming in. And let me really put a cautious here. I mean, if any of the organization enterprises have not looked at how their India data protection law is going to look at and what kind of a compliance requirements would come in, I can guarantee you that this GST compliances and other compliances will start to look very small. You will have to really carve out a separate post for this, and there'll be a lot of compliances which would be required by the government, and they not only have a large financial compliance, in case the compliance is not met, there are large financial fines, but they will also ensure that you will have to go through the jail term in case that is there. So these industry changes are making it extremely important for us to focus on this area. I'll quickly go into the kind of data, because unless we understand, and I'm sure a lot of you people know this, but just to really put the context in place that how does this data really look like. You have examples of unstructured data, semi-structured data, and structured data. And if you really look at the problem really starts on left to right one is still very, very controlled, because we are talking about structured data. It's in databases, there is a proper structure, and then you can put a lot of controls. The things really start to happen is on the left side when you have very unstructured data, and unstructured data is really really going through the roof. For example, if you let me just give you an example from here. How does unstructured data really starts to get formed? You send an email, that's an unstructured data. You're attaching some information to that, that is unstructured data. You are sharing your Aadhaar card for some processing of some information, or buying some credit card, or your mobile phone number and other things. All those are unstructured data which needs to be put onto structured data, but then finally it may be in an application, it can go into an unstructured data, but this data lies there. And because that unstructured data is lying with you, it is like an open bomb which can explode anytime for your requirements. That is something which is there. And this is the representation. If you really look at your machine, if you could really do the visualization of your unstructured data in your PC or on your servers, this is how your unstructured data really look at. And these organizations are having a huge challenge to really how to really manage this uncontrolled data, because there is no way. I mean, you can really control all of this. I can be writing email with saying that, okay, this is my credit card number, or this is my date of birth, this is my address, can you please send somebody with the tickets at my place. All these are happening, and the worst thing that is happening is that employee within your organization might be doing it without really knowing that, he is really putting in an information which could, really become a compliance issue for you, but as an organization, you get exposed to that. So segregation of a business critical information from a non-critical, data is very important. For example, I'll just, use this example again and again. Let's say I'm sharing one email with one of my very old friends saying, hey Rakesh, how are you doing? It's been long that, we've not met. And he says, yeah, I think it's been very, very long. What are you doing this weekend? I say, this weekend I'm free. He suddenly sends me his credit card. He says, I'm also free. Why don't you? But I'm tied up today. But why don't you use this credit card to, really book a weekend out, somewhere near the town, outside of the town. Now, this is a general conversation which is going in. First two conversations were not critical data which was there, but the minute I had put up, or minute he had put a his credit card into that, and that credit card was coming to me, it should have been really put in a different format, because now it had critical personal information which could have a some kind of a financial implications. So that is something which is there. And if you again, I'm trying to connect this whole thing with the example that I've given it to you, and look at the the data sphere which is exchanging. Because I think the maximum amount of time, if after WhatsApp that there is an data exchange which is happening, is on the emails. We're creating proposals, we're creating a lot of data which is really happening on your PPTs, email, Excel sheets. Excel sheets have huge Excel sheets have a lot of logical data which people can grow out. And if you really look at the growth which is happening, I mean I don't even know that we have that much space to really store all that data which is getting generated. And what do you do? And this is not the only problem. And if you really look at if you're a CIO or a CISO, you have two distinct set of problems which are happening. On one side you have all these regulatory compliances which I did talk about. You have HIPAA compliance, CCPA, 27001, GDPR, PCI, PDPB, IRDA, RBI, all of these, and the list is very large. I mean, if you look at a typical bank or typical financial institution, I think they have more than 30 plus compliances that they need to really address. To top it all, we have data breach. So if you look at a CISO's life, it looks to be very fancy and really powerful. But if you really look at it, what keeps him awake, he doesn't know that where does he need to really start putting his efforts. And he has to put his efforts on ensuring that data doesn't go out, and to ensure that data doesn't go out, he also has to meet those compliances. So how do you really ensure that this balance is really met? And let me tell you, these are only estimates. And I mean, I can tell you, if we really go and start to do some more research work on this, we will find these figures really going through the roof of data breach. And we are lucky that we had from the regulatory perspective, a lot of companies did get a breather because of pandemic. But is 2021 2022 going to look the same? Answer is absolutely no. GDPR or HIPAA is going to go very, very aggressive post this particular thing. And just some of the non-compliance, what it can really ask for. I mean, and let's focus on this India PDP, because if you're talking about most of the people are who are going to be listening to this are going to be in Indian geography. And if you really look at PCI and PDP are something which can really impact us very directly. And PDP means we are talking about 15 crores or 4% of the global turnover. Now imagine airlines losing data in the market, and this is if they have to really start giving 4% of the global turnover, kind of money that they'll have to shell for it. So you focusing on earlier things of ensuring that we have a good data security in place is going to be much more quicker. Data breaches. I mean, our first slide showed about what kind of a data compliance is, all the cost. Now imagine a company which is involved in a data breach and is also non-compliant. I mean, they'll end up actually spending so much more money that, they would have probably spent on their complete IT budget in, probably that year. So, and these are something that, we are only talking about, which are publicly known. And, we know for the fact, I mean, if you look around you, there've been so many data breaches, that happening in India. See, why it is not really impacting a lot of Indian organizations today, because your Indian PDP law is not in place. The minute Indian PDP law will, that act will become a law, I am sure that, you'll see so many Indian names here, because, they will not only need to, look at how this, data breach has costed them, but because they will also need to pay for, their compliance thing. And any news coming out in the market for a data breach would ensure that there is an investigation happening from the compliance side also. So it will be a double whammy for, most of these people. So, what are the challenges for, any organization's data protection team to, really do that? I mean, if I was to really ask anybody who's listening to this, can he, with lot of, can any CISO, CIO, or, their data protection team can, answer this quantitatively, saying what is the sensitive and critical data we have? They will not be able to, know that. Where all it is stored. I mean, imagine, if you look at any data breaches which have happened, people have kept data and forgotten about it. And, that has really given a good opportunity. And they have kept the data there in the same format for like 6 months, 8 months, 1 year. And, because it was totally out of sight, out of mind, which was really playing there. Who all have access to the sensitive data or critical data? Why should my employee data be there with my marketing department? There's no reason. Why my HR data should be there, or why my sales data should be available to my HR? There is zero reasons. And how do I really ensure that, once my, people have left, they don't have access to my data? In every law very clearly says that, you not knowing about regulation does not mean that, you are obligated of, that compliance. You have to know. If you do not know, then it is your problem. It is not government's problem. So you don't even know that what are the compliances which I have and where are those compliances getting violated. So, it is something like that, since no compliance check has come on you, you can believe that you are secured, but that is now how it is. And we going by whatever laws which are there, we have to understand that it is now becoming a retrospective problem. It is not the problem from the day that law is passed out. That is something, which is there. To put it all, since I do not know where my data, what is my sensitive data, I don't know where it is stored, I don't know who has access to it. How can I really tell you that, is my sensitive information or my secured information, is my critical information secured? These are 5-stage approach that, we should really put it in place. How to achieve your data compliance, data security. First of all, we have to discover where your data is, what your data is. If you compare it with the, our infrastructure side, I think every single organizations that, we are seeing are upgrading themselves to next generation firewall or looking at SSL visibility. Is primarily they want to really understand what is the kind of data which is flowing in my network. I think this is equivalent of that on the data side. You should first really be doing the complete data discovery, that, what is the, where my data is, who has the data, what is the context to it. So once I have this, we have discovered this data, now we can now we can start to do the classification of data. Now, if you look at classification, I think this is not something which is a new phenomenon. It is not something phenomena which we have introduced or some tech companies have introduced. I think, this particular, concept has been used by armed forces for very, very long time. I mean, if as much as I'm aware of, there are just 3 levels of 3 or 4 levels, maximum 4 levels of data or file classifications that they normally call it. And if you really look at compare any other industry versus Army, Air Force, or our security agencies, the data pilferage out of that particular things are comparatively very, very small. Reason is that what they've done is that instead of people going with presumption that how I can manage this data, they've been able to narrow it down to just 4 buckets, and those 4 buckets very clearly, crisply define that what kind of a classification you can give to what kind of data, and then how that data needs to be handled, and who can handle that data. I think once we have been able to meet that, and I will cover this in subsequent slides also. So what you are able to do is that if I was to really compare a lot of DLP projects which we have also done, or continue to do, customers are facing this problem that they say that our DLP is starting to fail over a particular time, because we are now trying to make lot of policies, or we are trying to loosen out the policies, rather than saying that we have these fixed policies and everybody needs to fit into that. I understand there is a change in terms of behavior that is required, but I think if you are able to reduce the amount of policies which are required to control, and if we could put automation in place, that how your data classification can be automated, and how we can do that, I'm sure this problem will get addressed to a very, very, very large extent. So once you've discovered your data, you've done your classification of data, now you can protect your data, because now you know what is the data which is critical, non-critical, what is the data that is available for you for protection, what is the data that how much protection do you require. For example, there is a very critical data about my few purchase orders which have come in, or they are going to come in next few weeks. The kind of protection that I would like to keep on them should be very different than my last year data. So I think that is something that we will be able to really look at very, very significantly. Our protection levels will start to come into place. So now you don't need to give one protection to every data, and then to some people you have given a very large amount of protection, to some people they have given smaller amount of protection. Depending on what is the kind of data that is there, you will do the protection accordingly. And then you have to put a monitoring space over it. Now you've done the discovery, you've done the classification, you've done the protection, but because the classification can change, I'll give you one example. If you really go through the life cycle of making a public limited company's balance sheet, or quarterly results, it starts with data which is spread out with right from the vouchers and other things, and starts to get consolidated. So as it continues to come up the layer, we need to start put more and more protection layer on that particular thing. And it becomes extremely critical when it gets into the format where somebody can just look at the data and can define whether it is a profit or loss, or made, or how much loss we kept, as what we call as very it is a internal data, it is secure data, it is encrypted data, not to be shared with anybody, which can result into inside trading or other trading, and can cause a very, very big problem for organizations. But as soon as they have announced it in the public, the results have been announced in the public, the whole data approach really starts to change. It is now limited public availability really needs to start to come in. So right from being semi secure data to very secure data, and then publicly shareable data, how do you really do that? So that is something that your classification continues to change. So you need to have a dynamic program where you can continue to change your classification depending on the time of that particular information. And then you should have a monitoring mechanism built in place, that how you can monitor this risky behavior. For protection, you will need to use a lot of third-party tools like DLP, rights management, archival solutions, or other solutions. Now you should ensure that your program which is running is in this particular format. That means you have been able to discover data. Now that you know that what is the kind of data that is there, now you can put the classification into it. You can also ensure that these two categories, where we're talking about protect and automate ecosystem, are working in tandem with each other, and then monitoring system is sitting on over it. For example, in case you have a policy that in case there is an internal, the data which is marked as internal should be secured by the rights management and should not be allowed to go out of your premises. Now, you need two technologies for this. You already used data classification as a main technology. Now you have you can also use rights management, and then depending on your policy, it should be able to protect your data, and you don't have to go and utilize the second technology. It should be also able to ensure that your data does not leave your premises. All this should happen automatically. It should be integrated with those technologies, so that the automation of the downstream technology can take place with just one action, depending, which tells you that what is the classification of it, because that is really defining how your data movement should be allowed within your environment. So I'll just really go a little deeper into the each one of these, which is talking about discovery. Discovery means gain visibility. It should be able to clearly give you the visibility that how sensitive data is getting collected, where is my sensitive data residing, in what format my data is residing, what is the sensitivity of that particular data. Is it very internal? Is it public information? It is credit card information? Is it Aadhaar information? What kind of information that I have? Who all has access to that data? It is very important for us to know that who all have that access to that particular data. And then we want to understand that what is classification. Is it classified? Because once we have the data, we know that what is the sensitivity of data. We have to put a context to it. That means, is it personal information? Is this company information? Is it critical because it is required by any large enterprises, or is it because of my government compliance? By the time I finish my data classification and putting context to it, the last level is very important. That what kind of a security controls which are required? What are the level of security control which are required? For example, a particular data with a particular person could be very critical, from 3 data security perspectives. It could have a credit card information, it could have a European data, and it could also have their bank details of India. So that means it is now very important for your Indian law. It is very important for your GDPR. It is also important for PCI compliance. So the kind of sensitivity it has is very high within your system. So you need to really put in a lot more controls over it. So that really starts to give you the definition that instead of you putting your efforts on everything, now you can actually pick and choose your crown jewels and ensure that what kind of a security you need to put it on that particular. Classify the data. How do you classify the data? Once you need to understand what is the sensitivity of data, what is the criticality of data, what is the context of data. It is also about who's the owner. For example, if there is a company's CFO or its CEO who are producing the data, and most of the time you would like to keep the data very confidential. So how do you really you can actually start to ensure that your classification can depend on the user, his what is the kind of hierarchy he is within the organization, so that whatever data that he's generating, how we need to really ensure that how it is protected. Also, it depends on how do you really protect the data from a perspective of what is the contain, what does the data contain. So once you know what is the data contain, what is the context of the data, you can start to put metadata, visual tags. Visual tags very important, because a lot of time people can say, I do not know what is the metadata, so I did not know. But in case there's a data that comes in front of me and it says very clearly it is highly confidential, I would anyways be very very careful on how do I really treat that data. And the most important thing is that instead of with a lot of this automation which is coming in, we have to involve end user, the person who's actually generating the data, and use non-repudiation as particular thing, so that when Vishal is creating the data, we should very clearly be able to identify that he is the one who's created the data, And if he's saying that it is a data which is a public shareable data, he's saying it with a very, very strong understanding and will be held responsible for it. So that is something, which is there. And of course, a lot of people may say that I do not know whether this is an internal data or a confidential data. How do I define? That has to be done through a regular education program for all our users. Now, how do we really protect, my data? Data pseudonymization is something that, something which has been, they are used for a very, very long time. But, it is something like that, we will not know, whose data it is. We will, if you really look at the first two, anonymity and the pseudonymization, I think that is something that you will realize that, how it is, they've already been used. That means I can mask the data, I can flip the data. The data, what looks like is not actually a data. So we use, different methods of, separating out the data, storing it at multiple locations and ensuring that only a particular application, when accesses it, can be accessed in the right format. We will, use the data, it may look like a credit card number, but it is not an actual credit card number. All of those things can be, very clearly, looked at. Data encryption, we have really helped a lot of customers, really do that. The minute they send any internal data or a confidential data, it should automatically, I told about, automation earlier, it can talk to, if you have a data which is marked as, or you have marked as confidential data, it will speak to the enterprise encryption tool and will automatically encrypt it. So it is not dependent on user now to remember every time he's trying to share a data. For example, how many times you actually shared a very confidential email with somebody whose name was very similar to, somebody that you wanted to send but belonged to some other company, and you say it's do a recall, which does not work in current environments. How going from Microsoft to Google, now it is coming, and he actually looks at that particular email saying that oh, I need you to probably this has some important information, let me look at it. But if you had this very clearly defined that I am sending this email to Rakesh, and the minute I send it to Rakesh and the information says it is internal or it is confidential, it is encrypted. So I was sending it to maybe Rakesh Sharma and it went to Rakesh Verma. Now Rakesh Verma, even if he gets it, he does not have a decryption key. So he may have an access to the email, but he does not have access to the email content. Access control. If you have data which is internal and you want to use it, or somebody wants to use it, you can ensure that your technologies of access control can be built in. You will not be able to access the data because it is classified as internal or confidential. It is already there. Information barriers, I think that is becoming a very, very important terminology, which was pretty much used by a lot of banks, which again is a what I call as a very rudimentary, if I was to explain, it is a enhancement of access control and to look at information as per your need basis. That means if I am a CEO, I can actually look at every information. If I had a chief information officer, he can look at only that information which he needs to ensure that information flow and information security can take place. He may see the credit cards, but he may not see the actual credit cards. So this is how the information barriers can be built if you have the basic data classification in place. Monitor risky behavior. Today it is very, very difficult to really look at so much data which is getting generated. That means when we are talking about zettabyte is getting created, that means data is being moved here and there, data is being shared. How do you really do that? So what is very easy for you is now that you have instead of you trying to put control over everything. Let's say a company has 100,000 files, and would they want to monitor all those 100,000 files? Answer is no. I'm sure at least about 40% of those files would be publicly shareable data. Now let's keep that out. Now you have been able to reduce your effort onto that 60%. And now you want to really, look at it. How do you want to really monitor those internal data which is marked as internal? What is that data which is confidential? So you now you know what is the data that you need to really look at. How do you really want to monitor it? Whom do you want to monitor it for? For example, if it's a marketing department, it may be at a lower risk than your, accounts department, finance department, or your HR department. Maybe those are the departments that, you need to really understand. Because you have already built in controls looking at, in case there is an internal information that cannot be sent out, if somebody changes information too frequently from internal to public, you can actually build in, things which will start to show out, a lot of, throughout a lot of risky behavior. And now you can identify that, okay, if this person is, on a regular basis changes the compliance from from internal to public or confidential to public, and then shares that particular information, I mean, then you're now creating a pattern, and then you can, really start to monitor that particular, activity. So this gives you a very, very strong use case for doing the risky behavior monitoring, which is there. And automation, so what we are saying is that you have to do it once, and then it can be used downstream. For example, you've discovered the data, you put the context to it, and then you've done the classification. Or you've done the classification at a time of your generation of information. For example, I've created an email, and that is, confidential in nature, and I have done that. And once I've done that, I can actually use a lot of automation tools, like I've spoken about encryption, I've spoken about rights management, I've spoken about, backup, I've spoken about archival. All of these tools can now pick and do an automated work, without user to remember any one of these, by only looking at the classification that they've done earlier. So that means you have to only put in effort once, and rest all functions, depending on the quality or depending on the, what kind of a property that your data has, they can, start to use that. So this is how you start to use automation, which is there. So I think this is again, this is how I would really want you to, really look at your data classification and data security things. I think if you're able to put your questions to any data, what is the data, who has that, how the data is getting collected, why this data is sensitive, why, when this data's classification can change, and how it is stored. If you have this what, when, how, where answered, I think your data security challenges would come down tremendously. Most of the time, when we go out to a user and say, okay, I want to do a backup, can you tell me a critical data in your machine? He'll say, no, everything is important. Whereas if you really go back and start looking at it, he may not even have more than 2 GB of data, emails, and maybe, few Word files or few PPT or Excel, which are critical to him. Rest are something that, he has either used and is not using it. And, how you can really start to look at it, please look at, when was the last time this file was accessed. If the file was not accessed for last 5 years, for all probability, it is either, an archive file, it should be sitting on the archive, or it is a file which is not for current use, but may have an information which can expose the challenge. So please get rid of that particular file. Similarly, emails, similarly, your other PPT, your picture files or other files which are there. So I think, please take a data and, try to, really, put all of these data, at those particular, places which are there. That will start to answer your, lot of questions. So this is about, what we would, really ask a good, scalable, sustainable data discovery, classification, and then data security platform. Thank you. I think that's it from me. If there are any questions that I can answer, I'll be happy to.
And I will be speaking on cyber law and its application in India. The Indian cyber law is nothing but Information Technology Act, Information Technology Amendment Act, and there are some rules which have been amended or made under different provisions of Information Technology Act. Say, for example, rule under Section 69, and Section A, Section B of Information Technology Act. These rules are playing very crucial role in different adjudications and execution of the entire issue. And now, if I go by different chapter, there are 14 chapters in Information Technology Act. And after the amendment, it actually reads like a 13 chapter, but there is an amendment and there's an addition A. That is why the chapter 13A is there. And Information Technology Act, with the ambit of section 92 sections, actually 94, 91 to 94 is omitted, so till 90, and there is an amendment and all together. And these provisions are trying to cover up the different activities in the e-commerce industry, trying to cover up different activities with respect to law, with respect to criminal dispensation system, offenses regarding or through the electronic mode or in the virtual world, all are being covered with the help of this Information Technology Act. But how this Information Technology Act has been implemented since 2020, or should I say since 2021 September till date, and including the amendment, that is a very crucial thing to discuss. And that is our today's subject, how it has been implemented throughout India and how it's been properly been used. So in doing so, you see that cybercrime is never defined in our Indian statutes in a codified way. But we now understand from different definitions from the international standard organizations and other that different standard organizations of international arena, we see that any crime which is either through or via the virtual world, we can coin the term as cyber crime. So we are more concerned about cyber crime, and any crime which is committed through or by the help of devices, which is actually definitely, if you're going to buy today any of the devices, there's hardly any standalone devices people are going to be ready to buy. It is always a device which has to be connected either with the cloud or with the internet, and the people want to consume huge amount of data, see films and read the documents, lot of things, and that is why their device has to be connected with the in the internet world. So in doing so, there are a lot of in doing so incidents occur, and Information Technology Act in our cyber law has differentiated all the bifurcated all the incidents into two parts. One is that of contravention, and another is that of the offenses. So you understand contraventions is actually breaking the rule, but in contraventions there is hardly any application of section 24 or 25 of Indian Penal Code. So the intention, fraudulent and motive are not there. So for the dishonest and fraudulent motive or intention are not there. So that is actually contravention, and contravention has actually gaining momentum in India because there is a quasi-judicial forum called Cyber Adjudicator, and that is actually picking momentum day by day, because that authority, the person who is the secretary of the Information Technology Department of a concerned state is actually the cyber adjudicator, and they can adjudicate any dispute or tort or any dispute, a legal dispute, might be civil in nature, might be actually should be termed as contravention, up to 5 crore rupees, and above 5 crore rupees there are senior civil divisions court, and above that for appellate purpose we have appellate authority, and we have high courts, and we have honorable high courts, and we have honorable Supreme Court of India. So these are the tiers one can follow in getting the reliefs in case of if a person is being somehow been actually have some dues or compensation, or somehow contravention occurred, and in that case the person has some civil relief. And in case of offenses, when there is a, say for example, there is hacking. So in case of hacking, we have two type of laws. One is under Information Technology Act. One is in section 43 and 43A, especially 43, and wherein if a person enters into without the permissions, unauthorized trespassing into someone's accounts, someone's devices, and then and inject the computer contaminant virus and malware and Trojan and other things. In that case, that's a contravention. contravention, and for that reason a person can go for a cyber adjudicator, which I've already stated. But if this person is doing the same with an intention of with a fraudulent and dishonest motive, then the section 66 of Information Technology Act will come into play, and in that case that's a purely offense. And in that case the investigating agency can start investigation and even arrest someone, because though it is a bailable offense, the bail can be granted, and thereafter charge sheet can be filed. If there is sufficient evidence, trial can be held, and even he can be punished if the evidence is sufficient. So and prove beyond reasonable doubt. So in doing so, there are other type of crimes. So you see, the clear definition lacks the very ingredient of mens rea, that is for dishonest and fraudulent motive. But in case of offense, there has to be dishonest and fraudulent motive. See, in our very small presentation of today, I cannot cover all these things now, but our the different chapters, if we go by in our cyber law in India, we have just some definition chapters that are section 1 to 2. Then we have chapter 2, that is digital signature and electronic signature. Then we have chapter 3, that is electronic governance, that is important in day-to-day activities of electronic governance. What will be the rule, how the electronic gadgets will be accepted, and all these are there. And even the very important thing, how an electronic record is accepted by Indian court. That is also laid down in section 10A. Because today what is happening in every day, we are more on relying on electronic records, electronic documents, electronic agreement. We are more jumping up on to buy online, on online and other things. So every time we are entering into an electronic agreement, and in that case, what will be the law? How our Indian court will accept that agreement, whether that is an enforceable agreement or not? That is coming under section 10A. Then the chapter 4, we have the attribution acknowledgement. The most important thing, whether the service is complete, that is dispatching of electronic records. Say for example, I'm sending a mail to you, whether you obtain the mail and at what time, at what place, that is a very important issue, sometime to be decided by judiciaries. And then we have the chapter 5, that is a secure electronic records and secure electronic signature. So if there is an electronic record, there has to be an electronic signature, because the electronic signature record is always authenticated by an electronic signature. Previously it was called a digital signature. So thereafter we have chapter 6, that is a regulations of certifying authorities, how the certified authorities will be regulated, and how the certified authorities are giving the certifying authorities are issuing the digital signature or electronic signature of any individual. In chapter 7 we have electronic signature certificates, we have already called, which contains a private key and a public key. You know, the very important cyber security funda, that is a basic concept of encryption. And this digital signature, this concept of electronic signature, this private key, this hash value, this all a concept actually is to enforce the cyber world more secure one. And in doing so, chapter 7 is 6 and 7 is very important. And then chapter 9, that is penalties in case of this type of contraventions. If somebody hacks other machines without definitely fraudulent and dishonest motive, but the person who has been hacked has sustained injuries, then where the person will go for compensation, and that amount of compensation, all this been decided in chapter 9. And then there are, against the order, we have chapter appellate tribunal at Delhi, that is in chapter 10. And then we have chapter 11, we have directly offenses. There are in cyber world, there are every day you heard about cyber crime, a lot of cyber security breaches happen, and the resultant is a different type of offenses. Starting from section 65, we will see different type of cyber crime. Say for example, in cyber section 65, very sophisticated crime, tampering with the source code of a software. Then comes section 66, I already told about, there's entering into a system, and read 43, section 43, that is actually the criminal part of our hacking law. And then we have section 66, A actually struck down by one of the very renowned judgment by Honorable Supreme Court of India in single judgment. We have 66B, then C, then D. These are all coming up one by one. Then we have E, and 67, 66F as for cyber terrorism. Then we have different laws up to that for pornography, obscenity, because there are a chunk of the major portion of data in the cyber world that is a pornographic data, and how those type of obscenity will be arrested or taken care of by the law. It's been read down in section 67, 66E, 67, 67A, 67B, where obscene materials are being either transmitted or published, and in 67A and B, more aggravated form, wherein for an adult 67A, for a child it is 67B, when his or her picture actually been transmitted, sexually explicit picture has been transmitted or published, then this type of penal provisions are being enforced. And then we have other provisions, some of the penalty penal provisions with respect to digital signatures, and then we have section 70, there's a protected system. This is a very important concept, the protected system under Information Technology Act, and it's a direct relationship with the cyber security system of government or on the national level. In the protected system, there is a concept called critical information infrastructure, and the definition of the critical information infrastructure is actually that it contains all the infrastructure data of an critical infrastructure of the nation, say health data, economic data, and other data, and debilitating and any kind of tampering or anything will have a debilitating effect on the national security and other things. So these protected website, this protected system, and protected system can never be hacked or unauthorizedly occupied by anyone, and if someone embark upon it, and if the offense has been proved, then he might be inviting a serious crime of, say, up to 10 years imprisonment. So we have nodal agency under Section 70A, and that's national, that's national nodal agency, and 70B is giving a very important definition that is coming. The national nodal agencies, that is a SART-in. Every country in the world have almost build up their SART computer emergency response team, and in India also we have SART-in for India. So there are this type of provisions penalty for say from 71 to 74 we have penalties regarding the electronic signatures, and 72 is actually of very important provisions, that is disclosure of information, breach of lawful contract, and sometimes it actually narrate to some amount of privacy law, because till date we don't have any online data privacy law. After the Honorable Court's very famous judgment, Puttuswamy judgment, the privacy has become part of our fundamental right. But in that perspective, the today's privacy is actually the data privacy, and that data privacy, how can it be the right to data privacy will be enforced? We have a bill in the year 2019, but personal data privacy bill, but that has not materialized till date. So we are all have all these things in our hand. We then have Section 79, that is for intermediary, every day, every time. So the definition of intermediary is a very large scale. Say, for example, I'm having this interview through this online service providing company. So these are the intermediary. Everyone is an intermediary, whoever is providing any online services. So the what amount of liability of an online intermediary? Say, for example, somebody posts some lascivious picture on Facebook. So what amount of liability that Facebook will going to have? These are the very important questions coming under Section 79. 79A is giving a very important technical term. There's examiners of electronic evidence concept, and we have some miscellaneous provision under Chapter 13, and Chapter 13 we have previously Chapter 12A, and that is why altogether have Chapter 14. We have some schedule to that effect, and these are actually making our entire information technology law. Section 80 is giving a huge power to the inspector and competent officer if there is any crime. This is very interesting, Section 80. If any crime related to Information Technology Act, or you can call the cyber crime defined in under IT Act, those penal provisions defined under IT Act, if some in a public place any crime related to IT Act has already been committed, is being committed, or about to be committed, then an officer to the rank of inspector or competent officer can enter into the PO, search, seize, and arrest, and do the etc. So this is some different laws we have presently with respect to Information Technology Act and other. But we have a lot of challenges. These are some say, and I do feel, because see, I have a very peculiar engagement or capacity of job in Indian perspective, because West Bengal is the first state, I think, subject to my corrections, since 2015. I should say since 2014, I have been appointed as a special public prosecutor for cases related to cybercrime and electronic evidences. And till date, the entire Bengal, different districts, I have taken care of those cases, including the CID of Bengal, and also before the Honorable Court at Calcutta High Court. So these type of cases, this type of approach of having a special public prosecutor to help the court to ascertain the evidence and produce the evidence on behalf of the state, which can be of useful tools, and the dividend is showing, because I'm very fortunate that there are a lot of cases where the state has seen the success, and the real offender got punished. And in those cases, I worked as a special public prosecutor in West Bengal. So in my capacity of doing this, presently, actually, apart from the core area of cyber world and other, I'm working on conventional crime like murder case, like the rape case, and other different type of Dakaiti case and other cases, other different charges. And wherein on behalf of the prosecution, I am coming with the evidences which is electronically be proved. Say, for example, in India, we should know that at least at best within few years, India will be the world's second largest internet user, and the second largest internet is a huge amount of populations are always tapped into, connected with the internet. And in that perspective, especially for young generations, they are almost majority, they're connected with Facebook, Twitter, WhatsApp, and everything. So their activities, any offenses, any incident, untoward incident, everything will be mapped, and their circumstantial evidences, their everything, their motive, their conduct, everything will be recorded in the different electronic platforms. So if the prosecution can come with those evidences in order to prove the real offender, and pinpoint the real offender, I think it will be good for the society, and that job I am doing presently in Bengal. So there are other issues relating to the applications of the cyber law. Say, for example, there are the applications of the law. Say, for example, a huge problem is coming up today in cybersecurity system, and its impact is now started to be felt in international market, because India is having one of the largest outsource industry, where from the IT skilled manpower being outsourced throughout the world. I think one of the greatest exchequer is this industry. But the problem is that there are allegations that sitting in different call centers in India, the different people, be out of India and be within India, they are being cheated. And how this call center thing now is gaining a momentum, it's like taking a shape of a scam, and it's a huge scam throughout India, in Bengal as well as in other part of India. You heard about Jamtara and other areas where I think consolidated, well planned, thought plan is required to arrest the entire crime. Otherwise, every day there are thousands of complaints coming up in different cyber police stations or bank fraud departments in West Bengal, where the people are every day, their monies are looted, phishing, and all these type of crimes have been happening. There are elderly people who have been befooled, and in the name of updating their account or their KYC and other, they have been fooled, and their hard-earned money is been siphoned from every day. They have been cheated. And how these entire issues, this entire criminal money, underworld criminal money, how can this entire thing is, I think requires all state collective and collaborative step, and this has become a huge problem, because what is happening, the people are arrested from Jamtara, another part of India, and these people are actually seeing Rajasthan, in Jamtara, in few parts of West Bengal and other part as well. Now it has been dispersed and diffused in different part of India. They are actually they're cheating the people in the through the online different applications and other, and they are alluring the people to install some mobile applications, and with those mobile applications they are going through the data, catching the data and the PIN, ID, and everything, and thereafter they are doing it. They're taking the hard-earned money, siphoning the hard-earned money from the account of the victim. So this is one of the very difficult portion. Then comes the ladies and the young people are most vulnerable in the virtual world. And then and combined with that, another thing is this very serious issue, I think, this trafficking, this immoral trafficking is also the large section of the immoral trafficking are being organized through the different online social medias, and these are actually a nightmare for those law enforcement agencies. Even in case of, say for example, a very strict law is required in case of Bitcoin. In that case, hardly we have expertise who can investigate and establish the entire money trail. And we have seen a lot of cases where ransomware attacks, there are extortions and other, where the bitcoins be demanded, the money's been demanded in the form of Bitcoin or cryptocurrencies. Apart from whatever the provisions are there under 90 sections of information technology, 91 to 94 has been repealed, and in that provisions we need strict law. What's my humble opinion is that we need strict law in case of issues arising out of the blockchain or especially the cryptocurrencies, the artificial intelligence, its applications and other. Though India is slowly picking up the concept of AI, and in this case of how the evidences should be coming out from the cloud, how the privacy issue will be addressed by the cloud and all. Then the issue of big data, the data and their ethics and data analytics. We need a strict law. We need a strict law in case of, I already stated about, to address the economic offenses in case of the cyber crimes with respect to intellectual property. These are different issues, and there are non-cooperation on the part of different service provider and others, where they are hardly bothering, they are hardly bothered to provide the crucial data, which is not actually is putting our law enforcement agencies into trouble in case of really important cases. So another very important issue is this fake news issues coming around of the social medias and other. Recently, all know that we have a social media ethics law, and that is very interesting law, and it's going to cover at least the new age media or the new media. In recently, on government of the prosecution in West Bengal have got some little bit of success, and that success is actually, I think, the credit goes to the applications of electronic evidences, because in Information Technology Act, our cyber law, we have provisions for Section 4 and other, where the application of electronic evidences or digital evidences has been facilitated by way of making the law very simple and acceptable by the court. And now no court in India can say that they will not going to accept the electronic records or electronic evidence. If it is been proved in a relevant and admissible way. So the things are changing day to day in entire judicial system. As I'm a person coming from legal background and also from the technical, so you can call me techno-legal background, but being a public prosecutor, special public prosecutor or a lawyer, I keep doing using or applying the electronic evidences in place of normal conventional evidences. And because there will be time when we hardly have any paper document and other, and with the help with those electronic evidences, things can be easily addressed in case of litigations or any kind of disputes resolution and other. I don't believe the concept of ethical hacking, because no one in India, no individual in India can assert himself that he is an ethical hacker, except that when the law only provides or allowed. And even for lawful purpose, the investigating agency or the landed or honorable court can enter into any can pass an order and do the lawful thing. So from the wholesome perspective, yeah, I'm welcoming you. I have some in this pandemic period have come with some mobile applications. I've tried to create I've built up mobile applications where entire Information Technology Act has been translated into Bengali, and cyber law in Bengali has been one of the very popular app. If you go to the Play Store, in Android, obviously not in iOS, you'll get this app. And I have an application called Electronic Records. And in general spheres, I have also one blog called Cyber Chatterjee. I have a YouTube account wherein I have discussed a lot of issues relating to, through different videos, relating to electronic evidence, cyber world, and this entire world of cyber forensics and cyber security and other issues. The word cyber security, what I understand is sometimes you can call it a very vague word, because what I feel is that the 100% secured world, even for physical world, is not possible. So we cannot expect to have a 100% secured cyber world. So cyber security, we'll always go for it. It's an allurement. Ultimately, I think what I believe is that every system has some latches or lacunas, and everyone is learning every day. New thing is introduced, and the system are getting robust day by day, and loopholes being discovered. And in this way, we are growing. It's a very new field, and in Indian perspective, we are also catching up. We are also gearing up in comparison with the very developed countries, those countries which have seen this law earlier, with respect to in comparison to us. And this type of same in technological world, the effect is coming in a very speedy way, and we are also learning, and we are working on this field. But I do believe what I have already stated, a lot of things required to be done with respect to applications of cyber law in cyber security system. This cyber law has first time codified and defined what is the secure cyber system, security phenomena. There are rules to that effect. So I will request all my viewers to go and see to the MeitY.in or governmentofindia.gov.in website and go through all the rules and Information Technology Act. They will get it, and they will be enriched and enlightened. So thank you, everyone.
Hello, everyone. I'm Kanish Dwar. I'm going to be the moderator of this panel on securing artificial intelligence. In today's world, we have seen that artificial intelligence is changing the way cybersecurity is imagined. We recently saw the power outage which impacted Maharashtra, which has now been attributed to a state-sponsored cyber attack on India. And we've also seen that the cyber attack not only impacted Maharashtra, but also 40 plus substations of Telangana, right? So today we see that cybersecurity is also using artificial intelligence, machine learning, robotics for attack vectors and for propagating attacks. Hence, in today's scenario, it is important that for defensive mechanism, we also start using some of these technologies. With me, I have an eminent panel of guests who are cybersecurity experts and thought leaders from the industry. Mr. Kapil Madan from Spark Minda, the Chief Information Security Officer. Mr. Suresh Nader from Dr. Batras, Mr. Devijit Maitra, and Mr. Lalit Trivedi. If you can have a brief round of introductions from all of you, and I'll start with Mr. Devijit Maitra. He can introduce himself, followed by Mr. Suresh, Lalit, and Kapil. Then we can start with the follow-up questions from mine. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm Devojit Maitra. I'm from Aditya Birla Fashion and Retail, working as a CXO for the last 3 years only. Before that, I was basically my 13 years experience in telecom. I am basically electronics and telecommunication graduate, and I worked into the various field of electronics and telecommunication throughout my 30 years of career. So at the last phase of life, I have given the responsibility as a security department, because this is the most challenging and new. So always I have an intention for new venture, new techniques, new things. And already I have received around 22 awards from various governing bodies. Like last I received from NASSCOM just last Wednesday. And apart from that, Indian Express, Times of India, Mint, various news channels, etc., in the security department. That is all. I'm not a very specialist in any of the security field, but whatever I have implemented, that I can talk about. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Devijit Maitra, for that introduction. And all of us are learning security. As it changes every day, the technology changes, the threat vectors change. So it's a learning curve for all of us. We are all perpetual students of information and cybersecurity. So I'll move to Mr. Lalit Trivedi. Mr. Lalit Trivedi, I think you focus on the mutual fund industry, right? If we can have a brief introduction about you and your association with ITI fund.
Okay, so I'm Lalit Trivedi, having around 22 years of IT experience, working with ITI Asset Management. IT is a part of ITI Group, which involved in more than 20 business vertical in BFSI, NBFC, and capital market and all. And my exposure is on maximum on financial service sector in asset management only, where I work on India and overseas also. And at ITI Asset Management, I am responsible for overall IT operation as well as security operation for the organization at Pan India level. And recently, just we are like 2 years young organization, and we are initial stage to implementing all security initiatives based on the market demand and business demand based on SEBI guidelines and all. So I can say we are just pre-production implementation of all the security initiatives that I.
Thank you, Lalit. Kapil, if we can have a brief introduction from you.
Yeah, thank you. So hi everyone, this is Kapil Madan. I'm working with Spark Minda Group as Chief Information Security Officer. So my key roles and responsibility here to handle full cyber security at group level, at corporate level, and I'm having good experience with various industries like telecom, banking, digital, and healthcare, and now with manufacturing and automotive. Thank you.
So in this panel discussion, we discussed on how artificial intelligence will transform the way cybersecurity is imagined so far. So my first question to the panelists is, how do you believe AI and machine learning will change the way cybersecurity attack vectors are designed today? Do you believe that there is a need to focus on defensive aspects of cybersecurity using artificial intelligence? Mr. Debojit Mitra, if I can get your views.
100%, I should say, because the threat vectors are basically running at rampant. And in the artificial intelligence, basically it is, you can define it to 3 parts. One is that machine learning, which is a subset of artificial intelligence. Another is the deep learning, which is also a subset of machine learning. So what is that? Basically, in the machine learning case, you will find there are the 3 components. One is supervised, another is unsupervised, another is reinforcement. Now, for example, zero and deep learning is a subset of machine learning. What is that? Basically, I'm just giving some brief idea before I go into the why it is required. Because the concept has to be developed fast before going into why we want to do it. The concept is that when, suppose, for example, what is machine learning? Machine learning is nothing but an algorithm by which we can have one variable output with multivariable input. That means, suppose, for example, I have a dress for my garment section in the fashion design of Aditya Birla. I have one just t-shirt. You see, these are my t-shirt. It has got a size. It has got a color. It has got my some button, color button, white button, etc., and it has got a style at the same time. So there are 4 variables included into that. 4 variables. So output of my choice is a function of the 4 variables, which is calculated in a Python. In mathematics, it is Jacobian calculus. So it is like that. In the same, if you look into the cybersecurity part, then suppose, for example, intrusion detection. When intrusion is coming in a known format, suppose first time it is a learning, second time it is a testing, or it is basically, I have to tell that this is basically that this malware is named as the X malware, or maybe what Y malware. Okay, so that is given by the malware company, Symantec, T10 Micro, AO, Outstrike, etc., whatever may be available in the market. But when you are considering this value, whatever is coming, if it matches with the existing value, which is testing value, which is being defined, then it will not allow, because it will say that it has got some malware pattern is different. But in the deep learning, what happens? Suppose, for example, a 0 day. When a 0 day comes in, now because there is no data inside, so there is no functionality, there is no function. So it is unsupervised. We do not know what is this. So deep learning basically is a numerical Newtonian mathematics. What is that? It basically takes, suppose for example, I have a photo. So it has got 10 photos are there. How to identify which photo belongs to whom? So that time, what you have to do, you have to take the matrix. And the matrix is a huge matrix of the pixel. And that basically which matrix defines to which photo that will clarify. It gives an output. And the output, until otherwise satisfied with the picture, it will keep on going. This is called the output function of the function of a function of any variable. So this is the 0 day attack, is a deep learning thing is required. So for example, anybody coming into the network is a machine learning. When a 0 day comes in, ransomware, Medusa, EAO, whatever maybe is available. So that is basically deep learning. And if you do not have today's date, this kind of systems in place, if you're in the conventional, then you cannot articulate it. You cannot predict. Then comes the prediction. There's a first concept is the analytics. When the analytics is done, it needs to have a prediction. What is this prediction? Whether I should block it or I should allow it. If that pattern does not match, whether it is a machine learning or in the deep learning, it will not come. So normal system, it will allow. By machine learning or deep learning, which is a subset of AI, basically the top is the AI based in the. So it will give you a decision what to do, what not to do. If we do not have today's this kind of concept, then we are gone. We are totally tossed into this. So this is my fundamental concept into this. And now you can elaborate with any kind of vendors available with this concept and implement it with a vendor. That's all.
Thank you. Lalit, let me bring you here. When you are working in the financial services sector, we see that financial services sector gets targeted the first in this country, and we have seen so many cyber attacks, especially during the pandemic, right? So, what are your views with respect to AI?
Yeah, I will explain in a very small and simple way as a layman. Because we can see now day to day there are so many technologies that's coming in the market. Same time we are facing so many challenges also to adopt the technology, implement technology. Same fashion we are facing into cyber security space also. There are so many systems which work together to identify that security root cause of hacking, and same way hackers are also using new technologies to hack the systems, network, and data from any organization. So this is challenge, and when you want to bridge the gap using artificial intelligence, there has to be some instructions, because artificial intelligence work based on set of instruction. There is no standard root cause analysis to find out what is there. So artificial intelligence, once you implement the set of rule or provide the guideline to the system, they work accordingly to the requirement. So same way, when we set some set rules for cyber security, what to do and how to do. Same thing if we pass to the machine learning or artificial intelligence, I think the combination will work together in case you want to implement artificial intelligence into cyber security space. This is the top level thinking what I can say.
Sure. Kapil, if I have to bring you here, what is your view in terms of AI, how it could be used for defensive purposes?
Okay. Yeah. So now I will start with the coronavirus pandemic has created new challenges for business. As they adapt to an operating model in which working from home, working from anywhere has become the new normal. Companies are accelerating their digital transformation, and cybersecurity is now a major concern. And the concern like the reputational, operational, legal, and compliance. So legal and compliance, these concern implications could be considerable if cybersecurity risks are ignored. So now most of the organization business model changed and adopted digital transformation. So what are the major threats now in 2021? So increase of social engineering attacks, we call phishing, pharming, whaling, and next it goes to exposure of known and unknown internet-facing vulnerabilities. Then it goes to exploitation of system administrator to we heard about SolarWinds, and then human-oriented ransomware converted into photo, or we call advanced ransomware. So digitalization and the growing network of industrial machines and systems mean an increased risk of cyber attacks on the companies, on the organization around the world. So as well, further, as well as an increase in the accuracy and complexity of these attacks. So now I'm coming to the point. So artificial intelligence, AI is changing the game for cybersecurity. Do you know what cyber resilience is? So it is the ability of organization to prepare for, protect against, detect, respond to, and the last recover from potential cyber threats. It can be internal or external. So there is need of focus on defensive aspects of cybersecurity using AI. So now, why we need to focus? As you asked, we need to focus. So why we need to focus? So while detecting threats in cybersecurity, traditional techniques use signature-based identification, but it can detect up to 90% of threats. This is my personal view. Using AI in combination with traditional methods can increase the detection rate to 99%. In terms of network security and policies, so AI can be used to learn network intrusion in traffic patterns for malicious behavior and effective routing of application and workloads in the network of the organization. So these are the few things. So finally, there is need to focus on defensive aspect of cybersecurity using AI. AI is going to be critical asset for cybersecurity. This is my take.
Thanks, Kapil. Mr. Lalit Trivedi, my next question is to you, and I'll request the following, the panelists to share their views as well. The convergence of cyber and physical systems now bring human life also at stake. We have seen that the poisoning of water treatment plant at Florida through cyber attack exposed more holes in the traditionally designed security systems. Do you believe that artificial intelligence can play a role in building proactive monitoring systems today?
Yeah, it can be. If you see, water has its ability to change its property. If you do any activity with the water, it could be your density, its color, its taste, or temperature. So if you find that set of instruction how to pass to the artificial intelligence on a specific technology, I think definitely AI can help to prevent such kind of threat for any water or anything you see in the industry which is not available as of now. So I think it could be the game changer for water technology also, if you find out such things and such gap between technology and nature of water.
Mr. Devojit, your views with respect to the recent poisoning of the water treatment plant at Florida through cyber attacks. If you would have read the news, the water treatment plant, the attackers tried to poison it so that people living in that area feel the pinch. Now, there were already security controls which were there, and there were patches which were there, but still the attackers were able to break the system, right? Mr. Devojit, your views with respect to the recent Florida attacks?
You have to think very logically. The IoT devices are very prominent, and it is the future in the technological front tomorrow. And already 30%, 40% in various companies, the IoTs are coming because of the growth, because of the accuracy, because of the fast progress, etc., etc. Now the thing is that when you don't have any artificial intelligence, just like in the first session I was talking about the deep learning and machine learning. Machine learning based is the basically you have some parameters already defined, and that is a test result you have already, and you have to just make a calculation. What is this calculation? This calculation is based on the regression theory. What is this regression theory? Is a y equal to ax plus b. Y is a function of these parameters. What are these IoT's parameters? And x is the time or whatever the things you can take. So when the regression theory is placed into this kind of scenarios or IoTs, then you can predict and your prediction will be perfect. And suppose, for example, in the case of 0 day, I told in the first slide that there is no as such any, is the unsupervised. There is no as such any data I have to make the data. So that for that reason, this kind of scenario, for example, this IoTs cases or any, if you look into your big basket case, okay, you look into the recent Citibank case. So many cases are there where they were in a phase of implementing the artificial intelligence. It is not only the cybersecurity part, but it should have a complete perimeter to be defined in the same artificial intelligence. That means you have to have the intrusion prevention system, IPS IDS system, and that should have the in the back end always the your deep learning should run into that. Any servers, you have to have a deep learning to that.
Thank you, Kapil. Your views?
Yeah. So, what I got from Mr. Dabuje, so Mr. Dabuje is telling that AI is providing immune system to the cybersecurity. And as he told, so what I know about the US city attack that you told, water level changed. So I think the main supplier machine was compromised, and that machine created CNC connection, command and control connection with the bad actor. That's why the things got changed. So I'm coming on the point, so that you told. So while detecting threats in cybersecurity, traditional technique we use signature based that I already told. So with the help of AI, we can increase the level, 90 to 99%. And there are 4 types of artificial intelligence. So one can be reactive machines, and second it goes to limited memory, and third theory of mind, and the fourth one very important is self-awareness. So these 4 things build artificial intelligence. So for example, using AI and data, what I got from ISRO sometimes back. So researchers are able to identify patterns and monitor changes of land surface, such as decreasing sea area, ice cap surface area, which can be used to determine future risks. So AI can also be used to monitor pollution and other contributions to climate change. So this is the role of AI in real life, what we call. So this is how we are going to use AI. Now under the cybersecurity umbrella, so AI can play a role in building proactive monitoring security system as well as prevention. Take example, machine learning and AI in cyber threat detection. We can take example of AI-based SOC, SIEM, SOAR. So and other examples like AI password protection in authentication, what we call IDEM, and then after AI ML work in phishing detection and prevention also. One of the most common used cyber attack method where bad actor try to deliver their payloads using phishing attack. 1 in every 99 emails is a phishing attack. There can be one. So AI ML may play a significant role in detecting and preventing phishing attacks. And further it goes to, if you talk about cybersecurity umbrella, so uses of AI and ML in vulnerability management. Now VMPT tools are based on AI, network security tools are based on AI, user behavior analysis with AI on endpoints, what we call EDR, XDR, and then there are so many other tools and technologies based on AI nowadays. So I believe artificial intelligence can play a role in building proactive monitoring security system. Yeah.
Suresh, if you can get your views on this, please.
Yeah, see, totally, as Mr. Kapil said rightly, that we are talking about prevention, correct? Prevention, the signature-based system will not work because we are talking about unknown. So so unknown cannot be done through the signature at all. I mean, it has to be some mechanism. We are saying that name it as artificial intelligence. So the behavior-based, the things only can work. So other than that is no other solution. I mean, earlier, the log collection and identifying that, the threat and all will not work. So we are talking about high resilience. So artificial intelligence is the only option left to prevent and attacks. That's my conclusion here.
So moving on to my next question. With so many security systems working on log collection techniques, it's impossible to detect sophisticated cyber attacks which use multi-stage vectors. Do you believe that behavioral anomaly-based detection techniques which use AI-based algorithms are the future for detection technologies? We can get the views, Kapil, if we can hear from you, and then.
Yeah, I'll answer that. So, detection is most important part in cyber resilience. Without detecting, we can't respond and we can't prevent. So if we don't have visibility, we can't do anything. So AI is future of cybersecurity, there's no doubt. I believe AI will be necessary to detect and respond to cyber attacks. So if you talk about machine learning in AI's brain, so machine learning is ML is the AI brain actually. The type of algorithm that enables computers to analyze data, learn from past experience, and make decisions, all in a way that resembles human behavior. That is called the work of AI in cybersecurity. So machine learning algorithm in cybersecurity can automatically detect and analyze security incidents. Some can even automatically respond on threats. Many modern security tools like threat intelligence, ADR we already told, so they already utilize machine learning. Organizations today still struggle to detect and stop a wide range of cybersecurity. These include everything from malware, ransomware, and other intrusions that moving through the network undetected, or what we call potential leading to the costly exposure of critical data. So today's cybersecurity approaches, including the security operations center, I'm talking about, just aren't designed for easy or effective threat detection and response simply because of the high amount of manual efforts that is continuously required. And most IT security resources struggle with a lack of visibility into network traffic, especially in the case of east-west flows. I thought only monitoring of north-south traffic leaves companies, blind to approximately 80% of their threat surface, not visible. So reviewing and further we call what I told reviewing, interpreting, and making sense of thousands of alerts they receive each and every day. And further challenge can be staffing SOC engineers, SOC analytics, and will highly trained that we require. And these human operations are 24/7. A smart human is looking to a screen and he is looking that, okay, this is the red, this is the green, okay, we are good red, okay, let's generate ticket. We don't want that. We are the smart humans. So AI is the concept where we can ease our life. So my thought, AI is pretty much required mainly in monitoring.
Views of Mr. Suresh Nagar as well on this.
Yeah. See, Mr. Kapil and both of them has explained very clearly that now endpoint, the control should be that artificial intelligence should be at the endpoint itself, because from there only the attack will start. So the question here is that the log collection, and you asked that question, that log collection will help to monitor prevention. So I don't think so. The traditional earlier the the attacks log collection and that act on that will not work. The artificial intelligence is the only way. So that's what the both of them talk on deeply. What are the technologies? The VPN has completely failed. That he clearly explained, and that the culture has to be brought. That education has to be there. So that according to me, that traditional way will not work. That the attackers are way beyond us. The artificial intelligence only the way to manage the future attacks and the in the cyber side.
Thank you, Suresh. Moving on to our next question, and I'll start with Suresh, you first. Wargaming, tabletop exercises, and cyber simulation have played an important role in cyber resilience programs. Do you believe that artificial intelligence could play an important role in automating these simulation exercises in the future?
Yes, yes, of course. See, the artificial intelligence, that's what I'm, maybe, I'm repeating that point. Simulation, that artificial intelligence is the only way. So other than that, the signature base will not work, the collecting log will not work. So we should be in advance than that, as, somebody has explained that, the COVID, the vaccination has found now. I mean, the attack before it comes, we should be prepared for that. Definitely the artificial intelligence is the only way.
Lalit, your views with respect to using artificial intelligence for carrying out simulation, wargaming, tabletop exercises?
Yeah, definitely, because nowadays we can see that the cyber attackers are targeting new areas where we don't have any set of systems or instruction to find out that attack on the initial stage. Once it's happened, then we can say it is targeted, it's destroyed, or some data is lost. So in cyber artificial intelligence area, if we work out at initial stage when we collect all instruction from hackers and other systems who are targeting any industries, then that we can define a set of instruction to artificial intelligence and set a system in place. I think that we can find such kind of attack at preliminary stage, and we can take action accordingly. Because as of now, which is not placed in the new industry or new area, that is why we are facing such issue, and that hackers are easily target such industries or such a new business vertical.
Suresh, if you can get your views.
Yeah, see, simulation means, this is like, how it will going to happen, like simulation. See, artificial intelligence itself is identifying the behavior, and it will act. So the simulation definitely play a major role. Yes.
How do you use, how can artificial intelligence play a role in automating simulations in the future? The cyber wargaming simulations, tabletop exercises that we carry out.
Okay, yeah. So, my take, no doubt, future, even what you call future, now I can say resilience program are depending on AI. There is no doubt. What I call simulation. I take a practical example. So the time has come for technology to take a leading role and provide intelligent, validated alert to the analyst. So more this information should be automated and provided on 24/7 basis. All via solution that can be operated remotely and used effectively by a little analyst, what we call. So auto resilience that is required. So what I'm coming on the point of ARIA, it's called automated detection and response. We can call it ADR also. So this application to automatically detect and stop cyber attacks without requiring highly trained security staff resources. And further on technology side, this is the what we call a soak in a box concept. So this is soak in a box concept, and ADR work around the clock each and every day, and no failure. Whatever is there, it will run that and it will provide output. And we can call it software-based and intelligent SOC. And there are 5 things in ADR to cover here, like it will provide complete visibility. That is most important part. If you'll get visibility, then only we can go for prevention. Second part is enterprise-wide analytics, that is already there, and what we call further smart threat modeling. That is most important. If you are getting automated smart threat modeling, so we achieved 70% of security there. And fourth part comes to threat containment. If it goes auto containment, then what we can get, everything is getting automatically. And finally, that Mr. David also told that compliance governance is also important. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, Kapil. Really appreciate it. With this, we've come towards the end of AI can transform security. I thank our panelists for their excellent views.
In the past, working from home meant leveraging a VPN solution to access corporate apps and data. This was great when apps were deployed in the data center and accessed through IT-managed laptops. However, today, that's simply not the case. Apps are in the cloud, users are connecting with unmanaged and personal devices, and threats are evolving. With more employees working remotely than ever, VPNs simply don't cut it. Let's look at the employee experience with a VPN compared to a solution designed for the future of work, Citrix Workspace. Your user wants access to their corporate email. With the traditional VPN, they open a plugin, log in, and launch the app. As they're writing their email, they need to reference other apps. They must log in to each one separately. And by the way, for web applications hosted in public clouds, traffic is backhauled to the data center, meaning performance suffers. And they're connecting directly to the corporate network. All it takes is one compromised device to bring down the entire thing. With Citrix Workspace, all these challenges go away. Users get contextual and secure access to all their applications from one unified portal. They simply launch Workspace, log in once, and click the apps they need, without ever connecting to the network itself. Citrix Workspace goes beyond single sign-on, protecting your data with controls like display watermarks and disabling clipboard access. This approach allows users to connect securely using their own personal devices, with anti-key logging capabilities that keep your information safe from attackers. Meanwhile, only corporate data flows through Citrix Workspace, protecting the organization from any privacy concerns. Plus, you can access your cloud apps without backhauling data. This creates a better experience and stronger security. Citrix Workspace transforms the employee experience with better performance and high security to match the modern workplace. Drop the VPN and get a solution designed for the future of work. Learn more at citrix.com/workspace.
Welcome to the Fireside Chat on SOC in the era of clouds. Several factors are converging to exert pressure on how security operation centers, that is SOCs, traditionally function. Evolving IT infrastructure, such as cloud migration, serverless services, and endpoints being off network, are straining existing SOC methodologies and tooling. The attack surface is expanding as a result of the distributed workforce and adoption of cloud-based infrastructure and services. Most SOCs are already overwhelmed with data, multiple disconnected workflows, and use cases, and struggle to keep up with the shifting threat environment. This challenge is already compounded by the skills shortage. In this scenario, let's evaluate the relevance of the current on-prem SOC, unique security operation requirements, and the revolution of SOC in the era of cloud-first initiatives. We have with us a very special guest for this fireside chat on SOC in the era of clouds. Please welcome Mr. Amit Mudekar, who is the Global Head Cybersecurity for Pharma Group. Hello and a warm welcome to you, Amit.
Hi everyone. Thanks, Kalpana, for asking me to join this fireside chat. And it is really amazing to interact with you. Look forward to have a great interaction today. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. It's a pleasure talking to you today for me as well. And we really appreciate you for taking out time and joining us today. So, Amit, how do you see the current security landscape evolving with the distributed workforce and migrating workloads on cloud?
Very good question, Kalpana. Actually, I will give this question's answer a little detail. Like post-COVID-19, the things have totally changed, and we are talking about the distributed workforce, and we are talking about cloud in a very unique way, I can say. Specifically about the cloud situation has dramatically changed post-COVID scenarios. Early, we were talking about most of the things on premises, the servers were on premises, the applications were on premises. But post-COVID, the things have dramatically changed. And specifically, the organizations are looking out for a big push on digital. And the big push on digital is only possible because of the cloud era. If you don't have a cloud in place, probably that kind of a digital push you are looking out for, that is absolutely not possible. And second thing is that we are looking out for a distributed workforce, the workforce which is staying at various geolocations in the world, but however at the same time they are working for you, and they are doing the work for you, delivering the work for you. And most of the modern day enterprises, they have actually accepted this challenge. And if you can see, specifically last 1 year, many of the mature organizations have actually used this as an opportunity to establish themselves over the cloud. And at the same time they have also utilized this digital push in a various ways to not only sustain themselves, but at the same time accelerate their business growth, and take this unique opportunity to leverage as much as possible digital experience for their end users, the customers, their stakeholders, and so on and so forth. So the era post COVID-19 have dramatically changed, and the drivers definitely are: one is the distributed workforce, and second is cloud. Cloud has actually helped many organizations to push the boundaries, getting a very good results. And at the same time, because of this digital push and the cloud era and distributed workforce, the security challenges have evolved like never before. So we never thought what kind of a challenges which will come to us before pre-COVID-19, but now the security professionals are actually observing those challenges, and that is how the world have changed in last 1 year. And it's a very complex, very difficult world, and we can be in a technical terminology we say about a VUCA world. So we are literally experiencing a VUCA world post this changes.
Right, right. So how is it affecting the workloads of security teams, and what are the challenges you face while securing your cloud and distributed environment?
Security has been challenged never before, like actually, frankly speaking. The reason being that security teams never actually, thought that this kind of a changes will come overnight, over a month, or over a weeks, and this kind of things will come to them to address. And those changes were so quick and fast that most of the security teams across the world actually got a very limited time to keep themselves abreast and think that okay, what kind of systems or technology or processes should be there to address such kind of challenges. However, I can say that over the period of last 1 year, specifically after the world has moved to digital, the security teams have adapted these challenges and accepted these challenges, specifically from the point of view of cloud and from the point of view of the distributed workforce. So there are a lot of innovative solutions which has come in the market and in the industry, which has helped the security team to have a great visibility on what is the real threat for them, and how this real threat can be materialize in any kind of a risk for the organization, and what kind of a mitigation strategy the organization should have in place so to address this kind of threats or risk. And what good thing has come up in last 1 year is that, as I mentioned, that there are a lot of innovative solutions has come, be it on the distributed workforce. There are a lot of solutions which has come which can help us, the security team, to identify the threats on a real-time basis, the mitigation tactics which they can adopt and respond to that threats. At the same time, on cloud, because as I mentioned that world is moving on digital, and the digital applications and the digital business platforms are getting created. Fortunately, on cloud, if you can see traditionally as well, there were a lot of solutions and technologies were present actually. However, those were underutilized, and people were not actually adopted those technologies. But after the world shifted to cloud, the security team were fast and like they were quite fast to understand, adopt those technologies which can help actually to have a great visibility on their security posture, what kind of security architecture they should have in place so that to safeguard their organization. And this has really helped. As a security professional, we also accepted that challenge. We also leverage the best possible technologies which we can have, not necessarily to actually purchase some new technologies, but the existing technologies which are in place, which we can leverage for the betterment of the security posture for the organization. And most importantly, about the security architecture. So security architecture was something many organizations never realized in the past, that it is a very important and critical element. However, the post COVID-19 situation, many of the organizations, including my organization, realize that security architecture is something which is a very essential thing which we need to do. So security architecture review has been conducted at various organizations, understanding that where we stand in terms of security architecture and how we can leverage existing technology itself to fill that gap, and what kind of new technologies which we can adopt so that we can have a full protection against the sophisticated attacks which are happening nowadays. So these are some of the things as a security professional we have adapted, and frankly speaking, those have actually given a great results. So I can say, if someone asks me that how you rate yourself, protecting your organization post COVID-19, I can say that this particular challenge is specifically about the distributed workforce and cloud applications on the cloud or leveraging the cloud, had actually resulted in a opportunity for the security professional to go ahead of the race, utilize the various platforms and services and processes, and make the organization as secure as possible. So I can say that it has actually created an opportunity, and many of them have leveraged, including us. There are solutions like which are specifically based on artificial intelligence and machine learning. So artificial intelligence and machine learning based solutions have really helped the organization to identify the threats on real time. The reason being that till the time we were using traditional firewalls and traditional proxy servers and traditional email security solutions, but those were something which were not giving us the real threat of the organization, or what kind of a real threat which is coming to the organization and which can pose a great risk to the organization. However, the machine learning based and artificial intelligence based solutions which are available in the market, and there are many of them are there in the market which are actually leading this space. So they are really helping the organization to identify the risk and the threats on a real-time basis. And there is no human intervention. When I say human intervention, it is completely a machine learning based solution. So it's quite possible from a security, as a security professional, it is quite possible that we may miss some alerts, or we may miss some attacks, or we may miss some behaviors which are happening within our systems. However, these solutions are really, automated. They are, really intelligent solutions which can actually identify the threats on a real-time basis. They churn huge amount of data. They actually gather a lot of. They have very intelligent algorithms, and these solutions actually, do a lot of manual intervention works in a very automated way. And they can actually, around the clock 24/367, they actually, give you alerts and dashboard that what is happening on your environment, what are the things which are should be working the way they should, but they are not working in the way, and what kind of a threat is there which can, damage your organization. So those are really providing a great insight and actionable for the security team. And second is that there is one thing which I would definitely like, which is really helping the organization nowadays is various threat intelligence services. So threat intelligence services which are there in the industry, and which were, again, I can say those were really underutilized by the industry in the past. But post-COVID, those has been really, utilized in a great way. So threat intelligence are really providing a great insight about what is happening in the world, what kind of things are happening in the world, what kind of things you require to protect your organization, and it also give you a lot of technical information about right from the IP addresses or the MAC addresses, or even for that matter the signatures which you require to have in place. So there are a lot of tangible, actionable it gives. So many of the organizations have really utilized the threat intelligence piece in a very great way, and they have protected their organization. And there is one most important element I would like to say. Post-COVID, I would not say it's a security solution, but it's about the awareness part. So earlier, if you realize that security awareness for the staff, or the your partners, or your business teams, those were not that much great actually. But post-COVID, that is something which has come on the at the executive level. So executive level, I also have realized that because the workforce is distributed, now they really required to know what is the most important security elements they require to take care about, or what is the cyber security hygiene they require to take care. So many of the solutions in the industry which were earlier also present, like the phishing exercises, they were present in the industry, but no one utilized those. But post the cloud era and the distributed workforce era, now the organization have started actually increasing their security awareness toward their staff using those simulations and the exercises, and they are ensuring that their business partners, their customers and their staff are aware about the security threats which are posing for against the organization, and how to tackle those kind of threats. So these are some of the things which are really helping the organizations post this changes which has happened.
Absolutely. For best results, the SOC must keep up with the latest threat intelligence and leverage this information to improve the internal detection and defense mechanisms.
Yes, absolutely.
Right. So you talked about the visibility of data, and so visibility of data has always been a security challenge. This is set to get more complex as data volumes continue to increase and migrate on cloud platforms. How are you addressing this challenge?
So any organization, specifically which are global organizations, they are really concerned about data actually, and like data utilizations have actually grown multifold post COVID actually, because everything is on digital now, everything is on cloud. So earlier the organization which used to use the data in GBs, now they are actually using the data in TBs, and because everything is on cloud, everything is on internet. So the data security has become a primary element of security concern for any organization. And I would say there are many organizations which has also come up with their data governance strategy, or data security strategy. So this data security strategy has multiple angles to it. So earlier we were only using about or we were only thinking about the DLP as a standard data loss prevention solution, as a standard solution which can take care about your data security strategy. But now it has gone totally in a different way. So all the organizations are thinking way ahead to that. Actually, they are looking out that what kind of a PII data my organization is having, what kind of critical data my organization is having, how I can safeguard that critical data, not only on the cloud but at the same time at the endpoints as well. Can I leverage some solutions which can actually identify where my critical data is sitting, and how I can ensure that how that data is getting protected, or how I can ensure that my staff members know that there is some critical data which is there on their system, and it is their responsibility to protect that data. At the same time, the organizations are looking out some cloud security solutions where their servers or their critical infrastructure is hosted, and they are also looking out that what kind of encryption mechanism I should have in place, which can identify such kind of a data which is sitting on the cloud environment, and how I can actually correlate that particular data with my existing security operations center itself, so that I can come to that whether there is any intrusion is happening, someone is trying to steal my data, or someone is trying to misuse my data, and if I can take some actions against those kind of intrusions. So there are a lot of things which are happening in the area of data, and this has actually created a multifold kind of a solutioning for the data security standards as well. And I can tell you that earlier we were talking much about cyber security. Now the organizations are also talking about data security, and many of the matured organizations are now actually considering data security as a part of cyber security, which is a very good way ahead happening in the industry. And many of the organizations, as I mentioned earlier, that data security is been directly aligned with the security operations itself. So many of organizations are actually keeping a strategy that how my SOC can actually proactively help my organization to establish whether data is being securely used or not, and how I can safeguard my data. So there are a lot of things happening, and those are really challenging. But I see a lot of positive side of that as well. So this is actually going to help the organization to protect the data. At the same time, the security professionals will also able to work and learn a lot of new things which are coming. which is a very good positive sign.
Absolutely. So as more and more critical business functions depart on the on-premise environment for the cloud, security operations centers face tough challenges in keeping up with the changes and monitoring the new environments. So is SOC relevant amid focus on cloud and distributed workforce? What do you think?
Absolutely, yes. So Kalpana, if you can see, security operations center is a very key element which can actually not only looking out for the critical infrastructure, but at the endpoint as well. And as we say about the distributed workforce, like we are talking about the distributed workforce. Earlier now, the people used to work in India. They used to work on their in their offices. Now we don't know in India also where that person is actually sitting and from where he is actually logging into his system, and what kind of a behavior he have while accessing his system, whether his system is accessed by him or someone else. So no one is aware about it. So no one is aware about the whereabouts of that particular person, or the kind of classification of that particular person while using the systems. Now here security operations center is really playing a very big role actually, because there are a lot of parameters, or there are a lot of things which are configured in the security operations centers systems itself, which can actually identify whether the person who is using your systems is genuine or not, whether there is any behavior change in the system the person is using, even small things like whether there is any change in the file system of that particular person, or operating system level changes there, or whether the system is getting infected because of intrusion or a ransomware or a virus or something like that. So there are a lot of very deep technical things which are involved in the SOC, and SOCs are actually helping security professionals to identify this risk at a very minute level, and they are giving results as well. So one of the thing which I can say when we are talking about the distributed workforce, so many of the people are also now using mobility devices as well, and mobility devices have now become a very integral part of the day-to-day life of any person now. Now how you can control the security on the mobility devices. So earlier we used to have a traditional solutions like mobile device management or containers and all those things, but now after this the SOCs have come in picture, so they are also taking care about the visibility on the mobility devices, and they are also providing the insights on that. So overall, if you can see the ecosystem, like when it comes to the distributed workforce as well as the cloud, the SOCs are providing a great visibility to the security professionals, a great insights to the security professionals, and those are really helping security professionals to take a real-time actions. When I'm saying, I emphasize this word real-time action because that is something which is very important. Earlier, what used to happen is that if there is any security incident has happened in the past, security professional used to come to know about it after it has been done. But now, because of the real-time security threats as well as alerts, security professionals can take actions on that and they can mitigate that risk.
The response time has improved.
Yeah, it has improved actually.
So how do you think SecOps and SOC are evolving in the era of cloud-first initiatives?
DevSecOps is actually something which is like, I will not say only SecOps, but even DevSecOps. Now, many of the organizations, they are like the development and the security is actually going hand in hand. So the organizations have become agile. They wanted to, in the era of cloud and in the era of online, now the organization wanted to have a faster delivery of their products and services, and that's where actually there is a new concept called as DevSecOps have come, wherein most of the applications are hosted on the cloud. The developer do around the clock, changes in the application. They try to bring new products and services to the customers, and they wanted to work in a very agile manner. And they want the security team to work along with them, so the security team can work in hand with them. They understand that what kind of changes their applications are happening, what kind of products and services they are actually bringing, and what kind of a security is required for those. And these things are happening so fast, and so those are things are also very complex as well. So there is a huge shift left to the environment, I can say, and this environment have dramatically changed. However, there are a lot of solutions are there, like the SaaS and DaaS kind of solutions, which are actually helping the security professional to work on this. At the same time, the SOCs are also helping the security professionals to work along in this particular agile world of DevSecOps.
Right. So how are you approaching security operations inside your organization and among your ecosystem?
A really nice question and very good question actually. And I'm pretty much sure that this particular is a question to be asked to most of the security professional, because this is something which is a really challenging environment. So what we are doing is that we have actually worked on a simple and straight thing actually, rather than making it very complex and difficult. So what we have done to optimize our SOC is that we have actually created some easy actionables for us. So I mentioned about a couple of things in previous conversation. One is about the threat intelligence. So we emphasize on that, how we can improvise on threat intelligence, how we can get multiple threat intelligence which can give us alerts and actionable on real-time basis. So those have really helped us to identify what is going in the world and whether that is going to impact us. And if that is going to impact us, then what kind of action we require to take care. So we really worked on improvising our threat intelligence. Second was that about the configuration of our existing system itself. So how we can optimize our existing solutions itself to more mature way. When I say that, I don't say that okay, I have brought some endpoint detection and response kind of a solution, or I don't want some next generation firewall. But existing solutions, there are plenty of the solutions which many of the organizations use, but there are a lot of features are there in the existing solutions which are unused. So take an example of most of the antivirus solutions which are present in the industry. Those have a ransomware protection feature available in it, but many of the organizations don't use it. Even they don't are aware also that there is such kind of a feature is present. So how you can leverage existing technologies to utilize the features and the facilities to use it more optimal, and keep it simple, that make the like we say that bring the more from the less. So how you can bring less from more from the less. So that is what was the mantra actually, frankly speaking, and that is how we actually utilize this opportunity to gain more visibility using the existing technology. At the same time, we also leverage some of the modern day technologies as well, like the artificial intelligence and machine-based learning. So wherever possible, we actually utilize that as well. However, we kept it very simple. And the most important aspect was that how we can have a 24/7, 365 visibility on what is happening on the security part of the organization. And that is what the most important part was, that, and we fairly successful in that actually.
Right. So no matter where you are in your digital transformation journey, modernizing your SOC should start with breaking down the silos and simplifying systems for your security team is important. Yeah. Right. So what are the top 3 to 5 security technologies which you are focused upon?
One is most important thing is that about, as I mentioned, that artificial intelligence and machine-based learning solutions are the key things which I'm looking out for. I'm looking out for solutions in the data security area as well. So there are a lot of security solutions which are available in data security. I'm really giving a lot of emphasis on the cloud security solutions actually. And believe me, those are the solutions which are going to have a great future in near future. So there are plenty of security solutions are available on cloud, and those are really very plug and play kind of solutions. So in the traditional world, we require to do a lot of configuration, change management, change in the processes, adoption of the new technology and so on and so forth. But when you leverage cloud, you get that opportunity to bring those niche and good technologies, or the technologies which are the future of the world, very easily. So there are a lot of technologies on cloud, right from encryption, right from data protection, right from even for your example, the web application firewall, or protection of your organization against the distributed denial of services attacks, or even for that matter, small things like ransomware or malware protection. So there are many solutions are available on cloud, and those are really very easily configurable and very easily usable solutions. So that is a really focus area for me to work on. And third is about there are plenty of solutions which I'm looking out in the area of having a visibility, security visibility. Now, when I'm talking about security visibility, it is coming straightforward from the SOC part of it. There are plenty of the solutions which are part of the SOCs, wherein you can get a great visibility of your security part of your organization. So how I can utilize those solutions, that is also a key area which I'm looking out for. And also one thing is that because of moving on the cloud, moving on a digital workforce, digital distributed workforce, you also require to have some kind of a auditing control from the point of view of various governance, regulatory and compliance. So I'm also looking out for some unique solutions which can actually give you opportunity to strengthen your GRC posture of your organization. So those are something also I'm looking out for. So these are some of the areas where I'm having a key focus, and there are good solutions which are available. So we are also working on how we can leverage those kind of solutions for my organization.
Right. So, and to conclude this session, kindly highlight the best practices for running a security operations center.
Uh, uh, there are plenty of best practices for running a security operations center, but I will say that the first best practice to run an efficient security operations center is to have a hybrid model of it. When I say hybrid model of it, it means that you don't just rely on the third party, uh, you know, for leveraging the security operation for yourself. You also create your own team, which can actually work hand in hand with the service providers team, and both the team can work uh, in conjunction with each other. Both the teams share their insights, knowledge and experiences about the threats which are coming to the organization and how they can protect. The reason being that I have seen in the past as well that most organizations rely themselves on the third parties, but however they don't have much visibility because they don't have a team actually. So that makes a major difference actually. If you have your own team as well as along with a third party, then it actually create a lot of good ecosystem, and you can get a real actionable as well. Second thing is that so hybrid is something which I definitely like to give a suggestion to the security professional. Second is that don't run behind the fancy tools which are available in the market. So there are a lot of fancy tools which are coming, and everyone says that okay, we have this feature, we have that feature. But most of the times, many of the organizations don't utilize those solutions. Okay, or we just take the solutions, but we never utilize those. So rather than just understand the risk posture of your organization, understand where the real risk is actually having for your organization, and how you can actually effectively use your security operations center, existing security operations center itself, rather than having very fancy tools and technologies. And the third thing is that see to it that how you are actually taking action on the SOCs, because many of the organizations, they actually have a security operations center in place, but they never take actions on those threats which are coming to them or the alerts which are coming to them. So actually having a successful security operations center is something which only comes out when you are actually taking the actions on the alerts which are coming to you. And so I will suggest that create a mechanism or create a process which can help you to identify the risk, identify the alerts, and take actions to that. And keep some kind of a benchmark for yourself. Maybe you can start off a benchmark of 80%, then increase to 85%, but keep the goal of 99%, that 99% of the alerts which are coming to us, the security team should take action, and mitigation. And also keep a SLA, so that SLM is like in how much time you have to respond to such kind of alerts, how much time you have to action on those alerts. So this will actually, if you can actually keep it simple, and if you focus on this, you can actually leverage the SOC in a very great and efficient way, and it can also give you a great return on investment. Because as I mentioned earlier, that we invest a lot of on the tools and technologies, but you never calculate that whether it is giving a real return on investment to you. So if you focus on this particular part, it will also give you a great return on investment, and you can also leverage a more better secure posture for your organization.
Right, right. So it's more about the optimization of your solutions, and it's more about the execution part of the reports created by the SOC.
Absolutely right.
Appreciate your time for sharing the valuable insights, and I'm sure these are really informative and useful to other organizations as well.
Yeah, thanks Kalpana for giving me the opportunity to have interaction with you on this unique topic. And this is really something which is very close to my heart. So since I have worked in this particular area since long, so I really have an absolute pleasure talking with you. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Please follow hashtag CXOTV and stay tuned to our social media channels for more updates. Stay safe and take care.
Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you all found the sessions interesting and informative. With this, we are approaching the end of the summit. I appreciate your patience and sincerity to attend all the sessions. However, the event is far from over. In fact, we have approached the most exciting part of the event, as your wait is finally over to receive the highly coveted Cybersecurity Leadership Awards 2021. With an onslaught of increasingly sophisticated threats, cybersecurity programs now rely on an ecosystem that includes visionary leadership on many fronts. The Cybersecurity Leadership Awards is an ideal platform to recognize and celebrate security achievements, innovations, and initiatives of security leaders, CISOs, and CIOs. It's our endeavor to recognize your initiatives that not only enabled a secure remote workforce, but also provided a comprehensive security cover to the businesses. Without any further ado, let me start with the announcement of the winners of the Cyber Security Leadership Awards. The first award goes to Ambarish Kumar Singh from Flipkart, Amit Godhekar from Cover More Group, Amit Jaukar from NKGSB Bank, Anand Sinha from OCS Group India, Anuj Teli from Signet Infotech, Anuprita Daga from Yes Bank, Ashish Khanna from Oberoi Hotels and Resorts, Ashish Shah from Star Union Daiichi Life Insurance Company, Babita BP from CSB Bank, Bhavesh Kumar Pandey from Hero FinCorp, Debojit Moitra from Aditya Birla Fashion and Retail Limited, Dhananjay Khanna from EXL, Divesh Seth from Vodafone India Services, Dr. Lopamudra Basu from Sisinova, Dr. Mahesh Jutiavar from Mastec, Dr. Durga Prasad Dubey from Reliance Industries, Fal Gancha from DSP Mutual Fund, Keur Desai from SR Group, Kalpesh Doshi from FIS, Kapil Madan from Spark Minda Group, Lalit Trivedi from ITI Asset Management, Moinag Biswas from MK Global Financial Services, Makesh Chandramohan from Aditya Birla Capital, Manish Mishra from Godfrey Phillips India, Manoj Srivastava from Future Generali India Insurance Company, Mathan Babu Kasilingam from Vodafone Idea, Milind Mungale from NSDL e-governance infrastructure. Navanithan M from GROW. Naveen Kumar Neelamegan from Baroda Global Shared Services. Ninat Chavan from Edelweiss GIC. Palani Kumar Arumugam from Veritas Finance. Pawan Chawla from Future Generali India Life Insurance. Pushkal Mishra from Dr. Lal Path Labs. Raj Shekhar Joshi from Aditya Birla Group. Rajendra Pawar from Fiat India Automobiles. Sachin Jain from eValueServe. Sachin Rajguru from HSBC. Samit Poddar from Lupin. Sapan Talwar from Tower Research Capital. Shashank Bajpai from ECGC. Shiv Kumar Pandey from BSE. Shrikant Iyer from Aditya Birla Insurance Brokers Industry. Shubhajit Dev from Dr. Reddy's Laboratories. Suresh Shankaran from HDFC Bank. Sumit Kokhani from Indus Pharmaceuticals. Suresh Nadar from Dr. Batra's Hospital. Suchin Sudhakaran from Business Performance and Sustainability Ares Global. Unique Kumar from CK Birla Group. Vasudevan Nair from Writer Corporation. Vineet Sinha from MasterCard. On behalf of all the attendees, I would like to congratulate each of the winners for their exemplary achievements and innovations. I wish they may attain even newer heights in future. On behalf of Techplus Media and CXOTV, it gives me immense pleasure to thank all the keynote speakers, industry leaders, panelists, and our entire team for their contribution towards making this event a great success. I express my gratitude to all the attendees for their patience and for taking out time from their busy schedule. We also take this opportunity to extend special thanks to our sponsors, including Kaspersky, Veeam, Citrix Systems, eCaps, Tripwire, Sophos. This event has become possible due to the support from these security brands. Further, we all expect the next edition of the CXO Global Security Summit and Awards to be even more in-depth and more result-oriented. With these thoughts, we would like to conclude the 2021 edition. See you all next year.